I really don't like NBC's golf coverage.
That's what I was kind of texting you yesterday, David. It's awful.
You don't see any golf.
5 commercial breaks in 45 minutes while I was on the treadmill. One, I think the local Comcast fired when they weren't supposed to. Because Scheffler's lining up a birdie putt and they go to commercial. Now, I didn't have the sound on because I'm on the treadmill, but they did a 60-second local break. Like, I think that was a mistake. Could be wrong. There we go. Ha-ha.
Morning, Tim. Coffin Bar, EB. Morning, everybody. It is a happy Golf Friday. Of course, you won't see any of it because it's brought to you by NBC. And we interrupt this golf for another commercial announcement.
Well, and if you pay any attention, and this is something you've kind of taught me, but if you pay any attention, you realize just how much golf you're getting on tape delay.
Yep. Here's what I love. I love because they're obviously taking the world feed, and that scoreboard is not theirs. And I love the fact when the scoreboard's been updated, but we haven't seen the shots.
Right.
I love when somebody knocks it to 12 feet and then you see a lower scoreboard and you see that he made it for birdie, but we've yet to see the birdie.
Ah.
Ladies and gentlemen, I don't know what he's working on, but he's been working on it for a while.
Ha-ha. Ryan, disregard my email yesterday. Spent a day figuring out, and I've got it done.
Ha! Yeah, exactly, Coffin Ball. When Finau hit that beautiful low fade into that front right pin on the par 3 coming in 15 or 16 to like 12 feet. And then 20 minutes later, we saw the birdie putt. Even though I had already seen on the scoreboard that he made it.
Well, and then some random guy who's 3 over, we're just going to show you a 50-foot putt and act like he's not making that putt. Ha! Wait a minute. It might not be high. Oh, frick.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, coming at you from the Floor Meister Studios. Floormeisters, keeping it real. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
Top of the morning to you on this Friday. Is this the last Friday that's not a football Friday? How the heck are you? Miller and Moulton. MillerandMoulton.com. Miller_Moulton on X. 41 and 48 days away from the start of the college and pro football seasons, respectively. That's when it counts in the standings. By this time next week, every NFL team will have training camp well underway. Top of the morning to you, Mark. How are you on this Open Championship Friday?
David, I'm doing well. Sprung out of bed this morning, got all of my morning things done so I could plop down with my coffee at around 4:55 in front of the television.
Would you enjoy about a half hour?
Yeah. Did a half
Nice.
hour and then made it over here and turned the TV on and continued to watch.
Nice.
I watched yesterday all day. I watched until it ended.
Let me tell you something. I'd like to apologize to the LPGA Tour because, well, the guys can play as slow as you. Whoo-wee! Which is a good thing because it allows NBC to get in all their commercials. Holy mackerel.
So, David, I texted you this yesterday. But to emphasize your point, I did 45 minutes on the treadmill yesterday. That's what I do every day for the most part. David, they took 5 commercial breaks while I was on the treadmill. One of them, I think, was a mistake. One of them, I think the local cable company fired it inadvertently because all of a sudden, I got a 60-second local ad right as Scheffler was about to make a birdie or attempt a birdie putt. And they didn't run any national ads. It was 2 30-second back-to-back local ads, and they went to golf. And I'm like, well, that's unusual. So that one may have been a mistake. But regardless, 4 breaks in 45 minutes plus a local 60 just to keep you honest.
Well, there is kind of like we have on this show where we have hard breaks. There is, I believe, 2 bottom of the hour, top of the hour hard outs for Comcast where, they've got a hit. So, hopefully it was not by design. Scheffler lining up a birdie and bing, hey, Tony's Plumbing. That's not ideal, but man, we interrupt this commercial announcement for 4 golf shots. Now back to commercials already in progress. But also, Rory teed off at 10 after 10 Eastern. They finished up at 4 in the afternoon. Do the math. All right. That was a 5:45 easy 5:45 threesome.
Yeah.
And they're not shooting 94 or 84 for that matter.
No, I will say they did point this. Look at David, it's just part of it. The slow play is inexcusable. However, on the front 9 alone, there are 2 par 5s that are reachable. That slows the field down tremendously. There's also a par 4 that's drivable on the front 9. So I think it's 2, 5, and 7 throw a wrench in speed of play just because of course design. Then you throw in the major, the fescue, how long they take to begin with, and it turns into a snail's pace.
But so far, this is shaping up to be a great British Open for one Mark Miller. Because Mark really had one wish. He had one desire. Okay, whoever won, that was fine. But he really just wanted Tyrrell Hatton very much in the mix. He wanted Tyrrell Hatton on the first page of the leaderboard because then we would see a lot of them. And Tyrrell Hatton is a running commentary. Okay, if he's not audio-wise a running commentary, his body language and his posturing will tell you exactly what is going on. Okay, even he had to poke a little fun at himself immediately after the round yesterday when he shot a very fine, solid 368. He's one off the lead and he's being interviewed and he's complaining about some of his approach shots. And then he had to chuckle at himself and say, well, goodness knows there's always something for me to complain about.
He's great television.
Well, he was in an 8-way tie for the lead until a moment ago when Harris English is now the first to get to 5 under today. It looks to me, Mark, based on the scores, because right now the best round on the course, Mark Leishman is 3 under for the day, playing the 18th. So, best round yesterday was 4 under. Right now, Leishman's got best round on the course at 3 under. Okay. So, for whatever, it seems like the course so far is playing similarly to yesterday. Weather conditions, by the way, mid 60s, no rain until 5 o'clock local hour, which is noon. There's expecting some rain between noon and 2. Our time, 5 to 7 in Northern Ireland. So most of the day today is supposed to be pretty good. Just overcast, mid 60s, wind even a little less than yesterday. That's the forecast. We'll see. It's a links course. It's the weather. Things can change on a dime. But there you have it. I'm sorry, we've talked golf for 6 consecutive minutes. We must go to commercial break. Back with more golf on NBC right after this.
See what he did there? See what he did there.
Golly.
It's tough. It's tough, and it won't get any better on the weekend, kids. That's the one thing I will tell you. But obviously, this is the last day of the early get up and a tremendously long day of golf. Tomorrow, yeah, there's early coverage, but most of it doesn't matter because the leaders won't tee off until mid-morning, and we will be able to see their rounds in their entirety with the long days in Northern Ireland. So, I will say Rory is his usual mess of himself. And he 3-putts one yesterday, missing a 3-footer at best for the power putt. Makes a bunch of birdies, gets himself, I think, to 3 under at one point.
Yes, he did. 3 under through like 11 or 12. Yeah.
Makes 3 bogeys.
Yes,
back
he does.
Even birdies 18.
Yep.
Today he comes out, birdies 1, has to take an unplayable on 2 on the par 5, manages with the unplayable to still make 5, and then bogeys the 3rd hole. So Rory's all over the place early. Scheffler yesterday shoots 3 under, hits 3 fairways for the day.
Right. Needless to say, you can play it out of the rough across the pond a lot better than you can at the U.S. Open. Yes. One rough is not like the other. It's fair to say. Hovland birdied his first 3 holes today. Boom, boom, boom. Off to a good start. So there you have it. There's
him in red figures.
There's some early golf talk. And we'll obviously keep you updated on the tournament. It is the only live sports going on outside the 7 of you that are interested in the Tour de France. Boy, it's been a long time since we paid attention to that in this country, right?
A long time.
Yeah.
Since
Lance, basically.
Since Doper was winning.
Right.
Since maybe the best cheater. Ooh, who's the best cheater in sports history? I mean, Lance was a hell of a cheater. I mean, he got caught. They all get caught eventually.
In sports history?
Or in recent sports, in the ESPN era of sports.
2017 Astros.
Lance Armstrong.
Okay, we need at least one more.
Barry Bonds.
Never got caught. Hell, he even beat the feds at trial. No,
I
seriously.
understand. Would that then make him the best cheater? He never got caught.
Clemens also. Clemens never failed the test. Okay. Clemens wasn't found guilty.
I mean, is Barry Bonds the DB Cooper of sports cheats?
Do we do Bonds / Clemens? I'd like to give him even billing. I mean, 700, what was it, 762, I think? 762 home runs. Clemens has like 356 wins. I mean, it's a staggering amount of wins. I mean, get to 300 and then give me 3 or 4 more seasons. It's ridiculous. But so I say if you go Bonds, we got to go Bonds Clemens.
Belichick with the Spygate.
Look at you.
I mean, we don't have to dig that far
Look at you.
to get some good cheats out there.
Wow.
Patrick Reed.
Come on, it was in college.
Okay.
I mean, it's not like they claim he cheated when he won the Masters. It'd have to be something like that. This isn't Gary Player claiming that basically all of Watson's Open Championship shouldn't count because he used square grooved golf clubs. How about Connor Stallions?
Love it.
By the way, he's been talking lately. Why are you talking? Don't talk. Don't. Did somebody at Michigan not take care of you? Okay, because if that's the case, take care of him. Get him to stop talking. If you're Michigan, you don't need him talking.
Especially Sharon Moore.
Whatever he needs, take care of him. Come on now.
Still love that Shane Gillis brought that up in the SB.
I know.
I do.
I did watch that whole thing yesterday after the show because I didn't see any of it live.
Right. Yeah.
Wednesday night. Then, everybody's referencing it during the show and they're all this stuff posting on social media. So, had to take some time after the show, watch the whole 9.5 minutes in its entirety.
And all this cheating talk brought to you by the band Coldplay.
Hey, they're not the cheaters. It's just some of the people in the audience.
Yes, but after they shied away from the kiss cam, the lead singer did point out they're either having an affair or really shy. Miller and Moulton. For over 50 years, the Nolan family has been dedicated to protecting local families. Nolan Family Insurance is a second-generation independent agency that specializes in home, flood, auto, and boat insurance. They take the time needed to explain your coverage options and answer your questions so you can make an informed decision that's right for you. If you're looking for an agency that treats you like family, call 941-639-1122 or go to nolanagency.com. That's 941-639-1122 or nolanagency.com.
With summer approaching, time to take care of your own house. So stop into the Floormeisters and see their huge in-stock selection of carpet. The Floormeisters has 100 rolls to choose from, starting at $2.99 a square foot for carpet, pad, and installation. Come in and ask for Dave and have him show you the Dream Weaver Select. Many styles and colors to choose from to fit everyone's taste. Floormeisters, 6281 Naples Boulevard in Naples, right next to Costco, or go to the web, floormeisters.com.
American Paint Supplies is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs and has been for 30 years. American Paint Supplies is also your #1 Festool dealer in Southwest Florida. If you are a builder, cabinet maker, painter, or power tool enthusiast, Festool craftsmanship can be found at American Paint Supplies. Celebrating 30 years of service, and Festool is celebrating 100 years of excellence. Come to American Paint Supply for a perfect pairing of service and expertise on 6100 Shirley Street, Naples, off of Pine Ridge, or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
Honey, you want to come out? I haven't seen you since Glass Doctor installed our custom shower enclosure.
No thanks.
Well, you can't keep eating breakfast in the shower, and laminating your magazines is getting expensive. You remember we have guests coming over tonight, right?
Oh, I'm sure they'd love to see the shower.
It's our neighbors, and I highly doubt they want to be hanging out in our bathroom.
The shower is so good, you'll never want to leave. Visit glassdoctor.com today and schedule an appointment online.
This is Miller and Moulton.
So to review, no, you're not listening.
Oh, jeez.
Yeah. Rory Birdie's 4.
So birdie, par, bogey, birdie,
Yeah,
and the par was with an unplayable.
correct.
Okay. Well, he's another one yesterday. He hit like 5 fairways.
And that's yeah. So Rory just hit a really good approach and made the putt. So what did they do? They showed the approach and putt again. There's no one else on the course. Their coverage sucks. Ooh, slow motion of Rory walking with his golf ball. That's what I needed.
See, I'd love to know how much of that is them and how much of that is the world feed, because obviously Rory's a monster story over there.
They show a lot more golf over there, David.
Well, that is true, though. They do. They take very few.
They rapid fire that from player to
Yes,
player. Though.
no, they do.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
21 minutes past the hour on this Friday. Hope you've had a great week. Not just a good week, not even a very good week. We hope you've had a great week. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. We told you. Okay? We told you. And Miller and Moulton don't do this very often, but sometimes there are certain stories that just annoy us. And we can see through it, and it surprises us that many of you can't. TJ Watt was not getting traded. There was not going to be this big contractual problem between the Steelers and TJ Watt. It wasn't going to happen. I'd like you to tell us the last time that it happened between the Steelers and the guy who the people in the stadium wear the most jerseys of. Honestly, when's it happened? Besides, it's business. It is. When Myles Garrett got 40, guess what? TJ Watt was going to get around 40, whether it was a little less or a little more. Okay, they had a busy offseason. They had 2 major trades. They had to sign Aaron Rodgers. Hell, they just signed the GM to a 3-year extension. They had a lot going on. They had the draft. Camp hasn't even started yet. We tried to tell you. Okay. All right. I just need to get that off my chest because that to me was a national media creation which didn't exist. And it bothers a couple local yokels. It does. Stop it. You don't need to do that for clicks. I mean, for goodness sakes, talk about LeBron some more. Stop it already. TJ Watt and the Steelers. Please. Mark, you married into a Pittsburgh sports family. How many times this spring and summer has your wife and mother-in-law urgently, concerned, said to you, is everything going to work out between the Steelers and TJ Watt?
Well, I could make it up for stick on the show, but David, they don't even talk about that stuff. That's not something that's ever brought up. Honestly, my wife has said many a time she's a terrible fan. She, between the daughter and the 2 jobs, her interest in the Pittsburgh Steelers is basically nil.
Wow.
Nil.
But
I will say, when I was up around the lake with my brother-in-law, with his brother-in-law and his father-in-law, the 4 of us, and with my son, the 5 of us, talked a lot of Pittsburgh sports. I'll be brutally honest with you. We talked about a lot about the Steelers, talked about Aaron Rodgers. We talked about their offensive line. The thought of TJ Watt being traded was never talked about once. Spent 8 hours by the lake on back-to-back days talking football with these guys, and it never came up. Never once. Was never asked of me, was never talked about.
They never even said, you think they won't sign him?
No.
No, of course they were going to sign him. He's the best player on the team. He's the guy who, when you walk in, you see the most jerseys of. Come on, stop it. Stop it already. This isn't the Cincinnati Bengals. Cheap shot, but, I mean, they did sign Burrow and the 2 wide receivers. What are you waiting for on this Hendrickson guy, by the way? Have you seen your defense? It's not good with him. I digress. So, tell you what, Mark, this just in. Hey, people started to get paid in the National Football League.
Well, all I started thinking about, David, when the news broke that TJ Watt became the highest paid non-quarterback in league history, and this is what the national media should do because they love talking about this team. But I thought about Micah Parsons. What's he going to get paid? Because Dallas continually doesn't pay guys early, forcing the hand of the team instead of the player, and you wonder how much Parsons is going to get.
Well, it's funny because I thought about that too, but I don't know how Micah can get how much TJ makes. Come on, TJ's done it for twice as long. Now, I know you could use that against him and say, well, he's going to turn 31 this year. I don't know. I mean, that's like giving Garrett Wilson more money than Terry McLaurin. I mean, don't you think it's kind of the same argument? McLaurin's got 7 years in. Wilson's got 3. Wilson just got a 32.5 extension. And I guess, the Commanders could look at McLaurin and go, dude, you're 30. He's in his mid-20s. Okay? His best is yet to come. You've probably peaked. Huh? All right. Good luck with that.
Yeah, I'm kind of in that. I mean, TJ Watt's 30.
Uh-huh.
Parsons is what, 26?
Tops. Yeah. But here's my thing. If I'm the Cowboys, I have no problem doing this if I'm the Cowboys. Looking right at him and going, you're not going to get what TJ Watt got. Your next contract will make you the highest paid non-quarterback, but you've been here 3 years, dude. No. Sorry. Not going to happen. Myles Garrett, Defensive Player of the Year. TJ Watt, Defensive Player of the Year. You been Defensive Player of the Year? No. Okay. And by the way, you want to hold out, what have you? We'll tag your ass. Pardon my French. Okay. And then you'll make like $35 million. Seriously. Okay. I'll pay you just under. I will pay you just under TJ and Myles Garrett. Just under it. But I ain't going to pay you what they're making or more. They've done it for twice as long.
David, I want you to do me a favor. I heard everything you said. I actually listened. Going through a situation right now with the amount of women I'm dealing with who hear you but don't listen to a damn thing you say and then ask you the question of what you just told them mere moments after. I heard everything you said. You're a great GM, David. I would love you to run my team. I truly would. We are talking about Jerry Jones and the Dallas Cowboys. And when's the last time that they were able to hold firm on one of their key players and not overpay them? Because the last time I checked, Dak's making 60.
Right.
Did CD get underpaid or overpaid?
Well, he didn't get underpaid.
Okay. So you believe, let's just hear me out. Dak Prescott, who at best is a top 10 quarterback in the league. At best. Most of us don't think so, but at best, he would be at the bottom end of the top 10. And I think that's a hell of a stretch. CeeDee Lamb, is he the best receiver in football?
Well, he's top 3.
Yeah. Okay. And Micah is what? I'm serious.
But I'd say he's top 3.
And when you're the last to sign of the top 3, do you make less than the previous guys or more than the previous guys?
Usually more if it's an apples to apples comparison. In this case, it's not. Myles Garrett, right around 30. TJ Watt, 30, turning 31.
Micah just turned 26.
Yeah. 3 years, dude. 3-4 years. I don't know what to tell you. I don't know what to tell you.
All right.
I'll pay you $39 a year. I will. I'll pay you $39 a year. I'll all but fully guarantee it. I mean, I'll give you TJ Watt's contract's 88% guaranteed. I'll look right at him. You want to do shorter term? You want to do a 3-year extension? Okay. We could do 3.
And is this typically how the Dallas Cowboys have handled negotiations?
No. Oh, no, Mark. No, Michael Parsons he'll get the most.
Okay. Just making sure we're on the same page.
No. I'm just saying what I would do that I wouldn't pay. And I think I could look right at him and just say to his agent, come on, we get it. But, we're going to let everybody know, by the way, that we're offering you we're offering to make you the 3rd highest paid defensive player in the league. And if you want to hold out, hold out. Starting 5 is next.
Whether you're chasing peak performance, reigniting intimacy, or simply want to feel your best, Game Day Men's Health creates customized game plans to optimize your health. Call 239-427-3441 for our Bonita Springs and Naples location to set up your free testosterone test and consultation. Mention Miller Moulton Radio Show for 10% off your service. Find your maximum self with Game Day Men's Health, Bonita Springs and Naples, Florida. Call 239-427-3441 today.
American Paint Supplies is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs and has been for 30 years. American Paint Supplies is also your #1 Festool dealer in Southwest Florida. If you are a builder, cabinet maker, painter, or power tool enthusiast, Festool craftsmanship can be found at American Paint Supplies. Celebrating 30 years of service, and Festool is celebrating 100 years of excellence. Come to American Paint Supply for a perfect pairing of service and expertise on 6100 Shirley Street, Naples, off of Pine Ridge, or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
With summer approaching, time to take care of your own house. So stop into the Floor Meisters and see their huge in-stock selection of carpet. The Floor Meisters has 100 rolls to choose from, starting at $2.99 a square foot for carpet, pad, and installation. Come in and ask for Dave and have him show you the Dream Weaver Select. Many styles and colors to choose from to fit everyone's taste. Floor Meisters, 6281 Naples Boulevard in Naples, right next to Costco, or go to the web, floormeisters.com.
Southwest Florida's scorching heat is on its way. Stay cool with Air Advantage. As a proud Rheem Pro partner, Air Advantage delivers top-notch air conditioning solutions to keep you cool and comfortable. Right now, enjoy 18 months, no interest, no payments on qualifying systems. Call 433-4635 today for expert installation and unbeatable comfort all summer long. Online at myairadvantage.com. Air Advantage. Call today, 433-4635.
This is Miller and Moulton.
All right. We need a poll question. It is nothing today. There's not a damn thing on National Holiday Day that's interesting.
Huh. You want to do best cheater?
I'm fine with it.
Yeah.
Best sports cheater of what, the 21st century?
Yeah.
Or best sports cheater in the modern era? Who you got?
Well, Bond/Clemens, Lance, the 2017 Astros. We going 2023 Michigan. We going Belichick.
I think you have to have Belichick on there when people call him Belicheat.
Okay.
So Bonds, Clements, Lance Armstrong, Belichick. I love the 2023 Michigan team.
So you like that over the 2017 Astros?
I would take one off to put both of those on there.
Want to take Bonds/Clemens off?
Or do we take Lance off?
You could take Lance off.
That's a snarky question right there. We could do two. Best sports cheater in modern era, major sports. Best sports cheater in modern era, non-major sports, and go Lance. I love DC putting the horse trainers on there. You go Lance, Baffert.
Oh. That's true. So you want to go team cheaters versus individual cheaters, something like that?
Well, I was just going to do the major sports, I don't know.
Okay.
So I've got Belichick, Bonds, Clements, Michigan football.
Ooh, somebody threw in Danny Almonte from the Little League World Series.
That's God, that's funny.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
22 minutes till the top of the hour. Thanks so much for being with us. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. 41 days away from that Thursday before Labor Day weekend, when the college football season kicks off in earnest with 16 games on the docket, many of them intriguing. 48 nights from tonight, 7 weeks yesterday, the Eagles will host the Cowboys to get the 2025 NFL season started. So the magic numbers are 41 and 48. And ooh, that means we'll be in the 30s come Monday. Hoo-hoo. Time now for Mark. I got to be honest, I'm not hearing anything. Okay. Well, thank you. I just needed the dulcet tones, Mark. That's all.
All right. Sorry about that, David. See, the problem is that the people who work in this building, and particularly, I think the one guy who's normally sits here may not have been here yesterday. I can tell by which chair is underneath the desk. That means Rick Church was here because he uses the squeaky chair without armrests, and he hits a lot of damn buttons.
Gotcha.
He's a button presser. And I sometimes don't see everything that I have to change.
That's okay. That's fine. Is that the worst thing that we can say about Rick Church? Because I think it is. You know, you button presser, you.
He's a button pusher.
He's such a good dude. All right. Hey, have you heard of this British Open Championship tournament? It's going on right now.
If I didn't have to hit that button, I'd be watching it instead of listening to you.
You can take about a 12-minute break here. 31 players were under par in the first round yesterday. There was a 5-way tie for the lead at 4 under. Scotty Scheffler was one of 4 golfers, 1 shot off the lead. Mark's favorite, Tyrrell Hatton, was also 1 shot off the lead. 10 golfers shot 2 under. Some of the names were Ricky Fowler, Brian Harmon, Lee Westwood, and Justin Rose. 11 golfers shot 1 under. You've heard of these guys: Phil, Sergio, Rory, Justin Leonard, Tony Finau, John Rahm. That was a good day for the 50-plus crowd. Lee Westwood at 52, Justin Leonard at 53, Phil at 55. Anyway, they're underway today in round 2. It got underway 5 hours ago. Your leader on the course is Brian Harmon. He's 3 under for the day, 5 under for the tournament, the 2023 Open champion. The human rain delay. Patrick Cantley says that Brian Harmon is slow. That's how slow. Mike Hargrove says that Brian Harmon is slow. Anyway, he's leading. That means a lot of waggles we're going to see if he remains near the top of the leaderboard. There is a 7-way tie at 4 under. Terrell Hatton is one of them. So's Harris English. Mark, Harris English is 10th on the Ryder Cup points list, and Brian Harman is 12th. Don't you think these are 2.5 pretty big days for Harris English and Brian Harman?
Absolutely. And for that matter, where Keegan Bradley ends up on the list after this week, so, important if whether or not he's going to take himself as a captain's pick.
And currently, Keegan 2 under for the day and 1 under for the tournament on the 12th hole of his second round.
Which would be big for him. He's missed 5 straight cuts at the Open.
The Shoffley, Spawn, and John Rahm threesome tees off at 10 a.m. Eastern. The Shane Lowry, Colin Morikawa, Scotty Scheffler threesome tees off at 10:10 Eastern. Rory and company are on the course. Rory, in fact, he's been all over the place. But did Torrey get to? No, he just made another bogey. Rory 1 under for the tournament, even for the day. I think he's got 2 birdies, 2 bogeys, and a par so far in his first 5 holes. So anyway, there you have it. That's the Open Championship. The cut, by the way, if you're watching later today and you're wondering, top 70 and ties. Top 70 and ties, the cut for the Open Championship. NFL, a lot of news yesterday. A lot of news. I'm not even going to get to all of it because there were some second-round picks that signed late at night, and you can't be bothered because they're all going to sign now that the Niners guy signed 2 days ago. They're all coming in. But the Steelers make T.J. Watt the highest-paid non-quarterback in league history for now. 3-year, $123 million extension. That's $41 per. 88% of the contract, or $108 million of it's guaranteed. That's a lot. TJ turns 31 in October. He's now under contract for 4 more seasons. So he's under contract through his age 34 season. Mike Williams retired yesterday, caught the LA Chargers off guard. He had been working out with them for months. 30 years of age, the wide receiver. 7 of his 8 years in the league were with the Chargers. There's a couple of wide receivers who likely are going to miss opening day. I'm going to go out on a limb and say that. Chiefs wide receiver Rashee Rice, sentenced to 30 days in jail and 5 years probation for his role last year in a multi-car crash in and around Dallas, which resulted in serious injuries for quite a few people.
30 days in the hole. Oh,
yeah, but it's 30 days of his choosing.
Right.
So, and by the way, he's got 5 years to choose because he was placed on 5 years probation, and they're giving him at any point during the next 5 years, he can pick the 30 days that he wants to go to jail. But now, since it's been adjudicated, he faces punishment from the NFL. How many games do you think Rashee Rice gets? I say at least 2.
They keep indicating it's going to be multiple games. I'm torn on this one. Sure, what he did was wrong. He was street racing. I get it. It's not a good thing. The justice of the NFL is so abstract of how they do it. I really have no idea. I hope you're right with 2. I would suspend him a game tops. The reason why I think he's going to get multiple games is very rarely. I mean, if you think about it, how often does an NFL player get sentenced to jail time? Even if it's just 30 days. I mean, oftentimes when they're found guilty or they plead guilty, it's a fine, probation type scenario. Rashee Rice will do 30 days in jail at some point in the next 5 years. I'm guessing the NFL will say, you go to jail, you get suspended for more than a game. We'll see. Vikings wide receiver Jordan Addison pled no contest to a lesser DUI charge from last year. He gets a year probation. Now the NFL can hand out his punishment.
I have a selfish vested interest in this. Our Monday Night Football opener is Vikings at Bears.
He ain't playing.
If I had to guess, Jordan Addison is not going to be there for
He ain't
JJ
playing.
McCarthy. Yes.
No way.
I'll probably screw this up. Lions defensive tackle Levi Onwuzurike.
I like it.
I mean,
I'll
Detroit
give it to you.
Paula in the Twitch chat room could let me know how close I was to that. Anyway, he's been placed on the PUP list by the Lions, and that means you miss at least the first 4 games of the season. And late last night, very quietly, the executive director of the NFLPA, Lloyd Howell, resigned. He's been on the job only 2 years. The top committee of the NFLPA did not want him to resign.
Which I found to be incredibly interesting, to say the least. He was working for the union and then working with a consultant group to buy minority stakes. I mean, he was playing both sides. This seemed to be a total case of conflict of interest, David.
Right. The executive committee of the NFLPA determined that, yes, while he's part of a company that's trying to buy their way into the NFL, that he's not actively one of the people trying to do it, but he is employed by that company or as a consultant with that company. A lot of people thought he might have to resign from being a consultant with that company. Instead, he resigned as executive director of the NFLPA. He'd only been on the job 2 years. This hire is a big one because this is going to be the one that negotiates 18 games, going to be the one that determines, a new TV deal. NFLPA needs to get this one right. I don't know how many more major negotiations they're going to have with the owners. Once the owners get 18 games, what more is there to get? Anyway, so Lloyd Howell, the executive director of the NFLPA, resigned. Damian Lillard returned to Portland. He's 35 years old. He's going to miss this season because he tore his Achilles in the playoffs last season. But Lillard, after that failed experiment that was called the Milwaukee Bucks, his returns to home. That's where his family is, his kids are. 3 years, $42 million. Oh, he has a no trade clause in the deal. He can opt out after 2 years. He has the power here. Blazers get him for dimes on the dollar. WNBA, Caitlin Clark injured out of everything having to do with All-Star Weekend this weekend in Indianapolis. Not going to participate in the three-point shooting contest. Not going to participate in the All-Star game. The bigger story, which is not being talked about, they're having face-to-face negotiations, the players are with the league. They are as far apart as the baseball players and baseball owners are. But the baseball players and owners have 1.5 years to work out their differences. The WNBA players, their agreement ends at the end of this season. And they're already...
Here's the thing there, David. I'm all for anybody getting whatever they can get. I truly am. I don't begrudge anybody that makes money. I think the owners of the WNBA have so much hand here, and no one seems to go in that direction. Oh, the players, their ratings are up. This is up. That's up. They've got to get more money. Really? If the owners lock them out, who's going to give a damn? And I'm being serious here. What happens to that sport if they miss a year? Who's it going to affect more, the owners or the players?
It'll affect the players.
Damn right it will. I think they're in a tough spot, David.
And they don't think they are. And the league, Mark, reportedly, is coming at it the way you're coming at it.
Yeah.
Baseball resumes today. The Rays are home for a series against the Orioles. The Marlins are home for a series against the Royals. The Yankees are in Atlanta. But there are 5 series that involve winning teams. Red Sox are at the Cubs. Giants are at the Jays. This could determine the AL West. Houston's at Seattle with a 5-game lead. Brewers are in LA to face the Dodgers. And the Reds are in New York to face the Mets. So 5 series with winning teams facing one another. And finally, President Trump. He kind of threw it out there as a trial balloon yesterday. There was other news that got a lot more attention, but usually when he throws this out there as a trial balloon, that means he's going to do it unless he gets a lot of blowback in the other direction. And he didn't get any blowback about this yesterday because nobody was paying attention to it. President Trump is thinking about an executive order to limit the amount that college athletes can make via NIL. Now, we can get into the legality of this, but it'll take a while. President Trump thinking about executive action to limit how much athletes can make via NIL. And at 8 minutes before the hour, that was the starting 5. 5 big stories. And
an executive order.
Right. Here on Miller and Moulton.
David, help me out here because you mentioned the legalities.
Right.
When they sue,
which
they will.
Oh, yeah.
Has an executive order ever been challenged all the way to the Supreme Court that you know of? You're good at this stuff, and
yes,
I probably should have prepped you for that question before I asked it, but I don't know.
Yes.
And this seems like it would go to the Supreme Court, and we know how the Supreme Court has handled college athletes and their ability to earn money.
And while this court is very much in line with this precedent, their precedent on this seems to fly right in the face of the executive order.
Right.
Now, we know
that's
politics.
Fascinating to that just
right.
On the surface is
right.
fascinating to me.
So now he's just talking about it. He hasn't done it yet. So we'll wait and see. Miller and Moulton. Thanks for being with us. MillerandMoulton.com.
Southwest Florida's scorching heat is on its way. Stay cool with Air Advantage. As a proud Rheem Pro partner, Air Advantage delivers top-notch air conditioning solutions to keep you cool and comfortable. Right now, enjoy 18 months, no interest, no payments on qualifying systems. Call 433-4635 today for expert installation and unbeatable comfort all summer long. Online at myairadvantage.com. Air Advantage. Call today, 433-4635.
With summer approaching, time to take care of your own house. So stop into the Floormeisters and see their huge in-stock selection of carpet. The Floormeisters has 100 rolls to choose from, starting at $2.99 a square foot for carpet, pad, and installation. Come in and ask for Dave and have him show you the Dream Weaver Select. Many styles and colors to choose from that fit everyone's taste. Floormeisters, 6281 Naples Boulevard in Naples, right next to Costco, or go to the web, floormeisters.com.
For over 50 years, the Nolan family has been dedicated to protecting local families. Nolan Family Insurance is a second-generation independent agency that specializes in home, flood, auto, and boat insurance. They take the time needed to explain your coverage options and answer your questions so you can make an informed decision that's right for you. If you're looking for an agency that treats you like family, call 941-639-1122 or go to NolanAgency.com. That's 941-639-1122 or NolanAgency.com.
When Glass Doctor replaces your windshield, we don't just send you on your way, we send you off protected. Your local Glass Doctor includes the industry's only 12-month windshield protection plan at no extra cost. That means unlimited chip repairs and even a one-time replacement if needed. High-quality service backed by real peace of mind. Right here in your neighborhood.
Glass Doctor, they are helping me with that. By helping me, I mean curious. No more seatbelt, no more snoring, no more tossing, no more waking up exhausted. Their expert team got me the right treatment, fast and hassle-free. If you want to feel energized and get rid of your snoring, call Sleep Treatment Direct today. 444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound.
Defining a new era in men's health. Get stronger and healthier at Game Day Men's Health. With our in-house laboratory, get in, get treated, and get back to your passion and purpose. Call 239-427-3441 for our Bonita Springs or Naples location to set up your free testosterone test and consultation. Mention Miller Moulton Radio Show for a 10% discount on your service. Start living your best with Game Day Men's Health, Bonita Springs and Naples. Call 239-427-3441 today.
This is Miller and Moulton.
I wasn't listening, Michael, so
It did, and I don't know why, Michael. I don't know why. I have no idea. It was a new commercial that was added, and somehow the next commercial fired while that one was still running, and I'm not exactly sure why.
Huh.
It is, Clark, it is one of the funniest things I've ever seen. I'm sorry. I find that hysterical. Absolutely hysterical. I mean, first off, look you're going to have an affair on your wife. That's your business. But taking your date to a Coldplay concert and sitting in a suite with her, that's risque in and of itself. Now, the kiss cam thing's spectacular.
Yes.
I mean, that's a little bit of dumb luck, but when you go out in public like that, that's what you are up against. Right, DC. The articles in the Post from anonymous employees there and their comments were hysterical.
Yeah, because apparently he's not boss of the year.
No. Nope.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, coming at you from the Floormeister Studios. Floormeisters, keeping it real. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
Top of the morning to you. How the heck are you? Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. Thanks so much for being with us on this Friday where it's just Miller and Moulton and you. 21,000 is the text line. Feel free, if you're watching via YouTube or twitch.tv/Miller and Moulton, to chime in the chat room. What is on your mind? We've got a rather snarky poll question, and that's by Miller and Moulton standards. This is even pretty darn snarky. And we're in a good mood. We've had a good week. We both are well rested. Okay. We love there being golf on in the morning and afternoon. Okay. You know, we're a couple of old guys, but this is pretty snarky even for us. I'm proud of us.
It all stems, at least in my opinion, from the Coldplay concert. If you don't know by now, Google it, Chuck. But the CEO for a company called Astrometer, a tech company, and his HR director were seen canoodling on the kiss cam at the Coldplay concert.
Now, you got to admit, that's a bad break. I mean, there are thousands of people at this concert. Okay. How many people are going to end up on the Jumbotron or whatever the heck it is? Okay. I mean, what? 100?
Well, I'll be honest with that, because they did like a kiss cam thing at a concert. Never in my life have I seen that. Ever. Kiss cam's a sporting event thing.
Right.
I mean, so much so that the insurance company there did the takeoff on it. They did one of their ads about the guy kissing the guy's wife, and the house starts on fire. They did a spoof on it, and then it actually happened. And if you don't know, the CEO and his HR director, she was in front of him, and his arms were wrapped around her, and they were in a very, just a very loving position, if you will.
Right. Yeah, they're a couple.
It looked as if they were a couple. Well, they are a couple. The problem was the CEO's married.
Yes, he is.
And when the kiss cam exposed them, she put her hands over her face as if to hide, and he ran out of the picture shot.
Right. Ooh.
And the Coldplay lead singer says either they're having an affair or they're very shy.
Right.
Turns out A was right.
Newest detective in town, Chris Martin.
And from that, we simply asked the best sports cheater in the modern sports era. And there are plenty that we have left out. We've actually thought about having a second cheater question for individual sports. These are all team sport people. We have Bill Belichick. How could you not have him? Many people call him Belichick. I mean, when it's in your name, you've got to be a part of the poll question. Bonds and Clemens, the 2023 Michigan football team. Connor Stallions, and the 27 Astros, the trash can's too far away for me to bang on it with a stick.
I voted for the 2017 Astros and then said, bang the drums.
I voted for the Astros as well. As much as I wanted to pull the trigger on Michigan, it's the Astros to me.
So that's our very snarky end of the week poll question in honor of that loving couple at the Coldplay concert. I don't think the boss is supposed to date the director of HR.
No.
I'm guessing that's against company policy. Then again, he is the boss. It is his company. I mean, I guess he could change it effective immediately,
right,
or effective at 7 p.m. that night before the concert started.
So that is the crux of our poll question today. Go to that Mark Miller, the David Moulton, Miller_Moulton on X. Brian Harmon leading by 1. at the British Open. There are a slew of players won back, including Terrell Hatton, who's on the course at 4 under. Matt Fitzpatrick at 4 under. He's yet to tee off.
By the way, this will go down as the most expensive concert ticket ever, right?
Oh, yeah.
I mean,
Oh, yeah.
I don't know if it's going to cost him his job. I mean, he is CEO after all. But it could. It certainly looks as if it's going to cost him his family.
Oh, yeah, the wife took her last name off of her Facebook page, apparently.
Right.
I mean, that just off the hop, I would say that's a bad start for the survival of that marriage.
Right. As Hawk Harrelson would say, she gone.
You got that right.
So we'll have to keep track of those divorce proceedings. Never mind the fact it's probably going to cost her job. Boy, I hope this relationship works out.
By the way, Andy Byron is the CEO of Astronomer. He was the one that was canoodling. His net worth is believed to be between $20 million and $70 million, or as we like to say, $10 million and $35 million.
Well, and not only that, he better marry the HR director there, because otherwise she can sue too. Anyway, can I just do a little more on this? And we don't do politics on this show, but if the president's going to do an executive order trying to fix or change college athletics, it's kind of difficult not to. So the executive order also, Mark, wants to go further. It wants to clarify whether college athletes can be considered employees of their schools, according to a draft copy of the order that was obtained by ESPN. The draft calls on the Secretary of Labor and the National Labor Relations Board to determine and implement the appropriate measures to clarify the status of college athletes. Make no mistake, President Trump is on the side of the NCAA and those in college athletics that don't want the athletes to be employees. Okay? Because it says that the draft should maximize the educational benefits and opportunities that school can provide through their athletic departments. You know, bringing the student part of student athlete back into vogue.
Seemingly tough to put the toothpaste back in the tube, David. Just say it. But yes.
Now, an executive order, there's certain things it can't do. Okay? Like the president does not have the authority to explicitly ban the athletes from becoming employees. He does not have that power. There is a bill that made its way through committee this week, which is very much on the side of the NCAA and those that run college athletics. A House Commerce Committee moved forward with a bill that would grant the NCAA and college leaders the type of protection that they are seeking, as in antitrust protection.
By the way, I believe, I don't know how many of the unions, but to my knowledge, the NFLPA and the Major League Baseball Players Association have voiced their opinions on this, and they are very against it. And their lobbyists are working to not allow this for college athletics.
President Trump also does not have the authority to grant an antitrust exemption via executive order. That would have to come from Congress. Jeff Brom joined Mike Gundy this week in saying, come on, they're employees already. Can we just quit the charade? I mean, Brom said the best way to do it is to make it where players are employees and you have a salary cap. If players are getting paid, why don't we just do it the correct way? The amateurism isn't there anymore. Let's not pretend that it is. How does somebody reason against that?
I don't know, David. And, we got a comment in the chat room there who says, how can student athletes be employees when they only work part-time? Johnny, part-time? Part-time. This is a full-time job. Voluntary pitch and catch with the quarterbacks and receivers all summer, that's not voluntary. It's voluntary because that's the way to skirt it around the rules. If you've been around a college campus, and this is for 40 years, these guys have been full-time employees. The number of hours that they put in. They're spending far more time with football meetings and lifting and things of the like than they are with their schoolwork.
Well, how about Johnny? I believe it was Johnny who asked the question, right? Johnny, I'll just take your words and read them back to you. How can the student athletes be employees when they only, wait for it, work, unquote, part-time? Okay. So they're
Is
a
part-time worker
employee. I mean, to you, they're a part-time employee. Okay.
And that would be great for the schools because then they might not have to give them benefits.
But even you are saying they're employees. Now, Johnny is saying to me they're only subcontractors. Okay. And that's what the NCAA and the colleges are arguing. Okay. But I don't know. Miller and Moulton have done a lot of subcontracting work. And once again, what is it again?
I'll challenge that because the subcontractor, stop me if I'm wrong. Someone text me if I'm off base here. But a company would hire another company to be a subcontractor. That's a separate company. That company pays for them. Who's paying these guys? A third party? No, we just changed that. The university's paying them. They're contracted by the university. Who did they sign their scholarship with? The university.
So we'll see. Okay, we'll see if they, first off, the bill's got a long way to go to get through Congress. Number one, don't know if it can. Don't know if it'll make it to the president's desk, but also no guarantee that the president goes forward with this executive order. He's thinking about it. He has said publicly on 2 occasions he would like to do something about this. Miller and Moulton.
Southwest Florida's scorching heat is on its way. Stay cool with Air Advantage. As a proud Ream Pro partner, Air Advantage delivers top-notch air conditioning solutions to keep you cool and comfortable. Right now, enjoy 18 months, no interest, no payments on qualifying systems. Call 433-4635 today for expert installation and unbeatable comfort all summer long. Online at myairadvantage.com. Air Advantage. Call today, 433-4635. American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
With summer approaching, time to take care of your own house. So stop into the Floor Meisters and see their huge in-stock selection of carpet. The Floor Meisters has 100 rolls to choose from, starting at $2.99 a square foot for carpet, pad, and installation. Come in and ask for Dave and have him show you the Dream Weaver Select. Many styles and colors to choose from to fit everyone's taste. Floor Meisters, 6281 Naples Boulevard in Naples, right next to Costco, or go to the web, floormeisters.com.
Do you have a sleep problem but don't want to wear a CPAP mask? This is Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. The mask wasn't working for me, and I didn't think I had an alternative. I do. We all do. They have such simple alternatives with greater success than the mask. Visit sleeptreatmentdirect.com. That's sleeptreatmentdirect.com. And if you are like me and your CPAP machine isn't working for you, it's time for a change. Call 239-444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound.
This is Miller and Moulton.
And Irish football, wrestlers aren't listed as subcontractors. Wrestlers are considered independent contractors, not subcontractors. That's how McMahon was able to get away with that for all those years. And it's why the wrestlers had argued and I believe had sued, and I don't think they won, but they can't go work other places. And as an independent contractor, you should be able to, but they are exclusive to McMahon and yet independent contractors. And he's robbed those people blind over the years. Blind.
Hey, Diddy, I'm going to get to what it is you brought up here in about 20 minutes. Maybe sooner, but probably not. Hey, Bob Herrick just texted, said he can do it in 20 minutes.
Perfect. Love it. How about there's a monk in the British Open?
You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
21 minutes past the hour. Bob Herrig of Sports Illustrated. He can make time for us. Coming up in a little more than 15 minutes, live from Royal Portrush in Northern Ireland, where a couple of guys got it going on right now. This Hogard guy and this Harmon guy. The Dane and the American, both 4 under on their rounds, 6 under for the tournament. Your guy, Terrell Hatton, 2 under for the day at the turn, 5 under for the tournament. Best round that's been completed, a 3 under 68. So as of now, the course seems to be playing similarly to how it played yesterday in terms of difficulty. We'll see. But John Rahm's group doesn't tee off till 10 a.m. local Eastern. Scotty Scheffler, Shane Lowry group doesn't tee off till a little after 10 a.m. Eastern. But those that teed off late yesterday, obviously, they are on the course, including Phil Mickelson, who just teed off. So there you go. Bob Harrig, a little more than 15 minutes time with a live update from the Open Championship.
Time now for the coolest thing I've seen today, and it's brought to you by Air Advantage online, myairadvantage.com, or call today, 239-433-4635, 433-4635. Air Advantage online, My Air Advantage, 18 months, no interest, no payments available. If you are working with Air Advantage, please tell them that Miller and Moulton sent you. Same thing with any of our sponsors. They'd love to know that our listeners are loyal to the people we work with, and we thank you, our loyal listeners, for that. David, I go to Newmarket, Ontario for the coolest thing I've seen today.
Okay.
Don't know if you caught this, but, I don't know. If you're playing a little hockey and you play in your beer league and you show up at the Newmarket, Ontario rink on a Wednesday night and you jump on the ice, and then all of a sudden a couple of guys for the other team jump on the ice and they're wearing Edmonton Oilers practice jerseys without a number, without a name, but you recognize them. And at that point in a beer league game, you may wonder what the hell you're doing there, because Connor McDavid and Leon Draisaitl showed up to play in a beer league game in Newmarket, Ontario.
Was it 2 against 5?
Here's the kicker. They got beat. And they got beat rather badly. I mean, to me, the funniest part about this story is that the team that McDavid and Draisaitl played for lost, and lost badly. From the story out of the Toronto Sun, they, obviously they're not going full tilt. But after the first period, they're down 4 spit. Apparently, they had several breakaway chances, but the opposing goalie stymied them every time.
Bobrovsky was in net in the beer league?
At the end, they would lose 6-2. A lot of the comments came from the referees of the game, just talking about how cool it was to see him on the ice, how nice they were. And the second ref said the goalie stood on his head. Stood on his head.
I, of course, was going to say, wait a minute. Did Stu Skinner also show up for McDavid and Draisaitl? Hello.
But that's the coolest thing I've seen today.
My goodness.
When I first worked in hockey, and I was never a good hockey player, never close. I played high school hockey. I wasn't any good. Make no mistake. Love it, but I wasn't any good. And when I worked in Atlanta, guys were getting ready for the season. And they needed guys, anybody that could skate. They wanted guys out there so they could have some semblance of a game.
Right.
And it was very lighthearted when it first started. Guys were wearing shin guards, elbow pads, no pants, no helmets. It was just kind of getting going. And we were in week 2, so I was walking out the way I'd always walked out, with my shin guards on, and I think I had hockey pants on, and I doubt I wore shoulder pads and elbow pads. And Jock Collender, who was one of our veteran players and actually played with Pittsburgh and won a cup when Lemieux got hurt, he played for their top-level farm club, and they brought him up to replace Lemieux on the roster, and he won a cup with Pittsburgh. And Jock Hollander, one of the great all-time guys that I ever was around in pro hockey, Jocko just looked at me as I was walking to the rink, and I was Flash back then. That was my nickname that someone had gave me. He says, Flash, get yourself a bucket. I went, oh, we're taking this serious. And I made one play where I beat Jock out of the corner with the puck. And I was really proud of myself. It took him one stride to take one whack out of my stick, and the stick went flying. And he took the puck back and looked at me like, kid, don't ever think about doing that again. Do not embarrass me in front of other players. But yes, McDavid and Draisaitl playing men's league in Ontario 2 nights ago. Absolutely incredible. That's the coolest thing I've seen today.
Which also just shows you how much it's in their blood. I mean, in the middle of July, they can't take the afternoon or the evening off. They just want to go out and skate a little bit. I mean, they played as long a season as you could play and what have you. And here they are, not even a full month removed from losing in the finals again. And they're finding a beer league game to just go sweat in.
And here's the thing. Here's the other side of this. Newmarket, Ontario is close to what city? Toronto. McDavid is yet to re-sign with Edmonton. It's the last year of his contract. And this has the entire province doing cartwheels in hopes that McJesus will end up in a Leafs uniform in a couple of years.
Well, there's no doubt he's got a year away from free agency. And he is sitting back, and the Oilers have a max deal of some kind, short-term, long-term, on the table. And he's just like, I don't know. We'll see how things go. I don't know what's worse. You're the GM, you lose them for nothing, or you trade them. I mean, seriously, if I put, it doesn't matter who it is, doesn't matter the sport. The best player in the sport. I put a short-term, 3-year, $20 million a year. And no one in hockey's ever made more than $14 million a year. I put 3 for $20 in front of him. Okay. I put 7 for, $7 for $1.50 in front of him. And he goes, no, I'll just play this out. We'll see how it goes. I mean, what do? Do you just sit back, cross your fingers, and hope he stays and lose him for nothing? Or do you go public and go, well, we offered him more money by far that's ever been offered somebody, and he doesn't want to sign. So I guess we're going to have to trade him.
I like that approach. Let me ask you this. If you're McDavid and you're going to go to free agency, are you playing in Canada or the States? Like, I think that, to me, is the ultimate question. Would he go to Toronto? I get all the reasons why. The money outside of the game in Toronto would be astronomical compared to anywhere else that he would play. So I just wonder, if you're McDavid and you're going to go, where are you going to go?
You're going to go to the place that gives you the best chance to dance with Lord Stanley. Because otherwise, it's the only reason to leave.
Miller and Moulton. That's the coolest thing I've seen today. We've got a snarky poll question up because of the whole Coldplay concert and the astronomer CEO and his HR director canoodling. Who is the best sports cheater in the modern sports era? Bill Belichick? We put Bonds and Clemens under the same listing. Michigan football from 2023 or the 2017 Astros. Bob Herring next.
Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust.
Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS.
Whether you're chasing peak performance, reigniting intimacy, or simply want to feel your best, Game Day Men's Health creates customized game plans to optimize your health. Call 239-427-3441 for our Bonita Springs and Naples location to set up your free testosterone test and consultation. Mention Miller Moulton Radio Show for 10% off your service. Find your maximum self with Game Day Men's Health, Bonita Springs and Naples, Florida. Call 239-427-3441 today.
For over 50 years, the Nolan family has been dedicated to protecting local families. Nolan Family Insurance is a second-generation independent agency that specializes in home, flood, auto, and boat insurance. They take the time needed to explain your coverage options and answer your questions so you can make an informed decision that's right for you. If you're looking for an agency that treats you like family, call 941-639-1122 or go to nolanagency.com. That's 941-639-1122 or nolanagency.com.
Summer approaching, time to take care of your own house. So stop into the Floor Meisters and see their huge in-stock selection of carpet. The Floor Meisters has 100 rolls to choose from, starting at $2.99 a square foot for carpet, pad, and installation. Come in and ask for Dave and have him show you the Dream Weaver Select. Many styles and colors to choose from to fit everyone's taste. Floor Meisters, 6281 Naples Boulevard in Naples, right next to Costco, or go to the web, floormeisters.com.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Well, Smoke Dog, I know you're just kind of joking. I think that's impossible because of the cap situations of both teams. That would be funny. Yeah, Irish, you're right. I mean, that's the NHLPA players poll says that too. When they say best overall forward, 74% say Connor McDavid and 10% say Nathan McKinnon. But I'm sure you know more than the NHL players. And it's your favorite team too. So I'm really surprised that that's who you picked. Wow. I get shocked every day in here. Every single day.
Excuse me.
Bob's good for the whole segment.
Great. By the way, did you see the one Dane, the Olesen guy, who was tied for the lead, just quadruple bogeyed one?
Well, that's what McElroy did the last time they were there on Thursday. It means he hit it out of bounds.
Welcome back to Miller and Moulton. Text the guys what's in your mind at 21,000. That's 21000. And now, here's David Moulton.
22 minutes till the top of the hour, and we are thrilled once again to welcome on the American Paint Supplies Hotline, your one-stop shop for all your coating needs, Bob Harrig, the outstanding golf writer. He does so for Sports Illustrated, SI.com. Follow Bob on X at Bob Harrig, Harig, and he joins us live from Royal Portrush in Northern Ireland. Bob, can't thank you enough for doing this in the middle of the round in your work day. That's number one. Number two, so what are the conditions like?
Actually, I think the conditions are pretty favorable right now. You're seeing guys out there with playing in shirt sleeves, and it's I wouldn't say it's hot or warm, but it's very playable, very moderate. Sun peeks out now and then. There's not a whole lot of wind, and it's not raining. Yesterday we had a little bit of all of it, and I think we will have a little bit of it more later. But the guys who are out there right now are in a good spot. We're seeing some guys inch up the leaderboard. There was a lot of guys under par yesterday, and I think we're going to, at least for the first half of the day, see that again today.
Brian Harmon off to a great start today. He's in the lead. Yesterday no one was able to do better than 4 under for the day, and that's where Harmon is. Is this course, Bob, a course where someone can pull away, or does the course have enough defense where it seems like there's not a 64 out there?
Yeah, I mean, if the weather is nice, then you could pull away, definitely. I mean, that kind of happened the last time. Shane Lowry shot 63 in the third round here, and gave himself a bit of a cushion, and ended up winning by 6. So I think that got lost in the sort of the great overall story of an Irish player winning at Portrush. But I think that is a little bit of a fear. Now, the weather doesn't look great for Sunday, and that's always a great equalizer, and so I always reserve judgment here. You never quite know. Now, 2 years ago, it rained a lot, but it didn't really make for difficult scoring. Like, Brian Harmon won by a good amount in 2023 at Hoylake, where it was a pretty rainy week. So, but that's not the case right now. It's a pretty nice day, and I think if you're out there now, you need to take advantage. They just showed Rory hitting a bad drive. He's really struggling off the tee. He's 1 under for the tournament, and just hit a bad drive again. So like if you're not hitting it well, it doesn't matter how nice the weather is. It's going to be tough to score from the rough.
Best round of the day thus far, and remember, it's very early. Mark Leishman in one of the very first groups fired a 3 under 68. There are 3 golfers during their rounds that are currently 4 under. Fleetwood, Oberg, and Harmon. Fleetwood and Oberg are right around the turn. Harmon is on the 12th hole. They're all 4 under for their day. Is Brian Harmon in the Zach Johnson, Justin Leonard, hey, you don't have to be a long hitter to win the Open Championship, consistent, straight, find the fairways, Azinger nearly pulled it off. That'll win here.
Absolutely. I also think it's why players who skew a little older can win here. It's why you saw some good scores yesterday from the 50-plus guys like Mickelson and Lee Westwood, and Harrington didn't have a great score, but he's certainly capable. It's brute strength and length is not as much of a advantage here because the bunkers are so strategically placed. Like even in the game today, it's harder for the long players to just blow it over the last bunker. They're there in spots where you're taking a risk, and so that's why you see guys hit irons and hybrids off of tees and also if they're inaccurate with the driver, there's a lot of out of bounds on this course, even internal out of bounds, which is very rare in golf. The first hole has internal out of the 18th hole has it. So guys shy away from just blasting away, and that's frankly that's the way to negate the guys who just bomb and gouge it because if the penalty is severe enough, they're not going to do that as often, So typically on a links course, the penalty is difficulty playing a shot from this type of rough, and in some cases the possibility of going out of bounds. So I think that's why you're seeing a guy like Harmon, and even in the rain 2 years ago, where it would have, in theory, slowed things down a good bit, didn't seem to bother him any. He played great, and look, he's playing himself onto the Ryder Cup team again with a good performance here.
Speaking of playing themselves onto the Ryder Cup team, Keegan Bradley is 4 under today. He's T7 for the tournament. This guy's missed 5 straight open cuts. What's the difference between this course and Keegan's play, or is it just how well he's playing this year and obviously through the first 2 days this week?
Yeah, I think it's a little bit more of the latter. I actually talked to him on Monday and said, what's the deal with the record? And he kind of shook his head. He goes, I actually played okay over here earlier in my career. I really like this style of golf. I asked him about, why didn't you go to the Scottish to get acclimated? And he said, if you see my record here, it's actually worse there. So it's kind of a mystery, but he did say, he didn't explain what it was, but he did say, I've got a bit of a different game plan this time. And so far it seems to be working. I mean, short of some implosion, he's going to make the cut. Obviously he puts himself in a position to get more Ryder Cup points by doing that. Look, barring an injury or some sort of incredible, drop in form over the next few tournaments. And really, he's not going to play next week. Then the Wyndham is a possibility. And then he's basically in the first 2 playoff events for sure, with a good chance of getting the Tour Championship. There's only 4 more tournaments after this that count for the Ryder Cup team. The top 6 make it after that, after the BMW. I mean, how is Keegan not one of the 12 best Americans right now? I mean, that's what you have to keep asking yourself. If he's one of the 12 best that doesn't play, I don't think that's smart.
Agreed.
He doesn't have to play every match. So I think you're going to see a playing captain for the U.S. for the first time since Arnold Palmer in 1963.
Well, as Mark mentioned, Keegan Bradley just birdied 15. He's 4 under for the day, 3 under for the tournament. He's T7 right now. And Bob Bradley's 9th on the Ryder Cup list. The leader, Harmon, is 12th on the U.S. list. And Harris English, who's T2 right now, 1 shot back, okay, he is 10th. So, 3 guys who technically would all have to be captain's picks, if they stay on the first or second page of the leaderboard, basically then they're on the team.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, look, I think Harris English is gonna be on the team anyway, no matter what. Harmon. The problem with Harmon is Bethpage is not a good fit for him.
No, it's not.
This might be. Bethpage is not. That is a long, stout golf course. Now, again, that doesn't mean he has to play every match, and maybe he's good in alternate shot. And that's what you have to think through. That's where, kind of the number crunching, the nitty gritty has to be going on behind the scenes. Because for me to just make a blanket statement, the course doesn't fit him. Well, maybe it does if he's paired with the right partner, and he's going to play alternate shot, which he seemingly is made for. So, you're right. I mean, look, for Keegan, he's got to be happy to see some of those guys playing better. I think he'd really like to see a guy like Cantlay start to play better. It's hard to believe that a guy who's been a big part of these teams and is one of the best players in the world, he's really been kind of, shaky all year, and he's outside of the top 12. And, he doesn't really want to have to make a pick on him, and he doesn't really want to have a pick if he's outside of the top 12. So, like, he could use some of these guys stepping up a little bit more. I'm sure he's glad to see Xander do a little bit better. Scheffler's going to be on the team, no doubt. Morikawa is in trouble here this week. He's outside the top 6. Hard to imagine him not getting picked. So, you've got some guys that are going to be in the mix who have no experience whatsoever. In terms of Ryder Cup team stuff, including JJ Spawn, Ben Griffin. So you need to offset those guys with some experience, and it would be nice for the experienced guys to start playing better.
You mentioned Rory and his difficulty driving the ball in the past 2 days. Scotty Scheffler hit 3 fairways yesterday and still shot 68. Was it a matter of drives going wayward? Was it first cut a lot of the time? Is that stat overblown, or was he driving the ball that poorly yesterday?
I mean, when he was asked the question afterward, he got a little defensive about it. Like you guys see how hard it is out there, with the wind blowing and the rain. Like, he felt he drove it pretty well, and you watch sometimes these guys will hit an iron and they'll hit it down the left side of the fairway, and it's a pretty good shot, and it'll roll and roll and roll and roll, and it'll roll into the right rough. So I get it if they feel like they hit that, if they hit a good one. But, I mean, he hit 3 and Rory hit 2. Certainly, yeah, you can get away with it. But I mean, I think eventually, you want to be hitting, half the fairways. And if you're not, I mean, at some point it's going to catch up with you. Like, now, I don't think Scotty was hitting it terrible at all. I mean, he played very nicely. But it is interesting that, and like you said, if you're in the first cut or in the fringe, you can hit a good shot out of that it's not like he was missing by 20 yards. But I thought it was interesting, those two guys, the number 1 and number 2 guys in the world, hit a combined 5 fairways.
Matthew Fitzpatrick, Terrell Hatton, Justin Rose, Tommy Fleetwood, 4 under at the turn today. He's very much in the mix. I mean, obviously the place would go crazy for Rory, Bob, but boy, there's 4 Englishmen who are all right there, who would all just bring the house down, wouldn't they?
Yeah, no question. Yeah. McIntyre's up there. As you mentioned, Justin Rose, he's made only one bogey so far through 27 or 28 holes. That's pretty impressive around here. The Hoggard twins are both in contention. That's rare. Usually when one's good, the other's not. So one of them's a shot back. That's Rasmus, who's typically viewed as a little bit not quite as good as his brother Nikolai. But Nikolai is only 3 back. I'm really hoping they both get up there and get paired together somehow, because you can't tell these guys apart.
Bob, you've always been great to us. Thanks for being generous with your time while working the Open Championship. Good luck with the elements, 4 long days, and safe travels back to the States, okay?
I appreciate it. Thanks for having me and working with me on the time. Thanks so much.
Bob Harrig of Sports Illustrated. Read him at si.com, si.com. Follow him on X at Bob Harrig, Harig, thanking us for working around his schedule.
Right. While
Right.
he's at the British Open.
While he's working. This is not like an NCAA working either. He's working. Okay, he's an employee. We don't need clarification here.
For the record, Bryson DeChambeau 3 under today after a huge number yesterday. He is at 4 over currently. The projected cut is 2. A lot of folks think it will go to 3. So just something to pay attention to for those in and around the cut line. But as Bob mentioned, lots of guys have taken their jackets off, David. A lot of short sleeves out there right now. A lot of caddies wearing shorts. So the elements don't look to be a part of it right now, and the winds aren't blowing too tremendously hot. So there is an opportunity to score. We'll see if and when that changes, but it looks a lot more gettable today than it was even yesterday, where the winds were up earlier in the day and laid down a little later in the day.
Well, right now is the warmest part of the day in Royal Portrush. It's 66. It'll remain that way for another 90 minutes. Then it'll slowly, a degree an hour. Rain expected locally between 5 and 7, and then wind gusts 10 to 15 miles an hour. 5 and 7 there is 4 and 6 hours from now. So when you're watching or paying attention, keep that in mind. Miller and Moulton, halfway home on this Friday.
American Paint Supplies is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs and has been for 30 years. American Paint Supplies is also your #1 Festool dealer in Southwest Florida. If you are a builder, cabinet maker, painter, or power tool enthusiast, Festool craftsmanship can be found at American Paint Supplies. Celebrating 30 years of service, and Festool is celebrating 100 years of excellence. Come to American Paint Supply for a perfect pairing of service and expertise on 6100 Shirley Street, Naples, off of Pine Ridge, or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
Summer approaching, time to take care of your own house. So stop into the Floormeisters and see their huge in-stock selection of carpet. The Floormeisters has 100 rolls to choose from, starting at $2.99 a square foot for carpet, pad, and installation. Come in and ask for Dave and have him show you the Dreamweaver Select. Many styles and colors to choose from to fit everyone's taste. Floormeisters, 6281 Naples Boulevard in Naples, right next to Costco, or go to the web, floormeisters.com.
Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. They are helping me with sleep apnea. And by helping me, I mean curing me. No more CPAP machine, no more snoring, no more tossing, no more waking up exhausted. Their expert team got me the right treatment, fast and hassle-free. If you want to feel energized and get rid of your snoring, call Sleep Treatment Direct today. 444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound.
Honey, you want to come out? I haven't seen you since Glass Doctor installed our custom shower enclosure.
No thanks.
Well, you can't keep eating breakfast in the shower, and laminating your magazines is getting expensive. You remember we have guests coming over tonight, right?
Oh, I'm sure they'd love to see the shower.
It's our neighbors, and I highly doubt they want to be hanging out in our bathroom.
The shower's so good, you'll never want to leave. Visit glassdoctor.com today and schedule an appointment online.
Southwest Florida's scorching heat is on its way. Stay cool with Air Advantage. As a proud Rheem Pro partner, Air Advantage delivers top-notch air conditioning solutions to keep you cool and comfortable. Right now, enjoy 18 months, no interest, no payments on qualifying systems. Call 433-4635 today for expert installation and unbeatable comfort all summer long. Online at myairadvantage.com. Air Advantage. Call today, 433-4635.
Miller and Moulton are very grateful to you, the listeners, for making us one of the highest rated shows for men, because the working man is one of the toughest demos to reach, and we do. Great sponsors like Floormeisters, American Paint Supplies, Glass Doctor, Sleep Treatment Direct, Game Day Men's Health, and Molly Maid recognize that, and we thank them. And if you own a business and working men are your clientele, the most cost-effective way to reach them is through us. Text Miller and Moulton at 21,000 or directly via X at that Mark Miller or the David
This
Moulton.
is Miller and Moulton.
$30 years ago, also, that caddy denied. 30 years ago. That seems a little harsh. They did, Puck. He was denied. They appealed, and either it wasn't taken care of in time or it was denied. But, you know, Paula, does he need a snack? Does he need a nap? What's gotten into him? Tell him to have a Snickers. Go for a walk. True golf.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, coming at you from the Floormeister Studios. Floormeisters, keeping it real. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
Halfway home in the 239 to the 904. Final hour of the show. Lake City, Live Oak and surrounding areas. Port Charlotte, Venice and surrounding areas. Thanks so much for being with us. Miller and Moulton. MillerandMoulton.com. Miller_Moulton on X. Keeping you updated on the goings on at the Open Championship where Brian Harmon, who won this sucker 2 years ago, The American, the lefty, the human rain delay. It's a good thing that the Ryder Cup's not across the pond this year, Mark, because remember what we did to Sergio back in the day when he had the waggle thing going and the U.S. crowd would count the waggles? Well, overseas, they'd be counting Brian Harman's waggles, and let me tell you, he is a waggling fool.
He is. He is slow. There's no doubt about it. And the more pressure that seemingly comes on him, the longer he takes.
Uh-huh.
I think J.J. Spawn was put on the clock yesterday, too. For what it's worth.
Yeah, he ain't fast.
No, he got put on the clock.
And that's saying something.
And I think it was on 18, so somehow I think it starts him off in a bad spot today. It was the way I read it.
Ooh, interesting. And he's in the John Rahm group that takes off 2 hours from now. Okay.
By the way, our poll question today, and I want to get it out, David, because we've got a few texts about our poll question today. It's the best sports cheater in the modern sports era. And we give you Belichick. We put Bonds and Clemens under the same umbrella. Michigan football from 2023 and the 2017 Astros, who are running away with the competition.
Really?
52% of the vote going to the Astros, 23% of the vote going to Belichick. Check. Bonds and Clements getting 17%, and the Michigan football team getting a little less than 9%. But it has brought some texts to us. There were no testing requirements on Bonds and Clements when they were playing. Didn't break any rules. Gaylord Perry won 314 games, a couple of Cy Youngs, and a Hall of Fame, and admitted breaking rules. I understand they didn't have any tests that went against them, but I think we all are of the opinion that they use steroids, and rightly so.
I mean, it's true. They never failed the test. They were never found guilty in court. You think they didn't cheat? I mean, come on now. I mean, just a little common sense here. You do know that Bonds came into the majors, his hat size was a 9. Okay? His hat size with the Giants was an 11. You do know his hat size now is an 8.5. Okay?
His head grew. His head.
Right. I mean, his head grew.
Someone just simply asked, how'd you forget Urban in the poll?
Listen, there's a lot of people.
There are.
Include in the poll. Absolutely. We're just trying to have some fun. By the way, inspired by, who's that CEO?
Oh, goodness.
Is that co-founder or something?
He was the CEO for,
what do you mean was? They haven't fired him, have
You're
they?
right. You're right.
I mean, he didn't lose his gig yet. I mean, he lost his marriage, but he didn't lose his gig, did he?
Not yet.
No.
Not yet.
No.
Andy Byron is the astronomer CEO. That was on the astronomer CEO that was caught on the kiss cam at the Coldplay concert with his director of human resources in an uncompromising position. She immediately put her hands over her face when she saw that she was on the kiss cam. He had his arms wrapped around her waist. He was standing behind her. He obviously did not. He unwrapped his arms and ducked out of the camera view. All-timer.
Which I don't understand. I mean, you're out in public together. So they put you on the Jumbotron. I mean, you're out in public. You're not in a hotel room, and all of a sudden they put you on the Jumbotron outside on the street. Okay? I mean, you went out in public with your mistress. Okay? What? You weren't trying to deny it. Now, why are you trying to run from it? I don't understand.
Yeah, that's a lot of people have texted, a lot of people said in the chat room, if he just gives her a kiss.
Yeah.
The camera pans to someone else. And he might have gotten away with it if it wasn't for those pesky kids.
Those pesky kids. Right? There were some employees that were there, right? They saw it?
Well, I think once the exposure was when they both ducked away, and the singer says they're either having an affair or they're very shy.
Right.
That kind of did them in.
By the way, I can't believe the 2017 Astros are getting more votes than all our other choices combined. Wow. I didn't realize the 2017 Astros struck that big a nerve. Huh. Listen, you and I so desperately wanted to go to a Rays game at the Trop with the garbage cans, and they banned them. We so wanted to go. They wouldn't let us in if we brought them. All right, that's who we both voted for, by the way, the 2017 Astros.
Yes, we both did. And think about it. If you've listened to this show for any time, you know how I feel about the University of Michigan. I voted for the Astros. And I was between the Astros and the Bonds Clements. Michigan didn't even enter the radar to me on this one. And it hasn't for any of you because they're getting the least amount of the votes.
Now, Mark Leishman as the round of the day, it's early. He posted a 3 under 68. He had it to 5 under through 12 today. Made a couple bogeys coming in.
Well, 16, 17, and 18 are not easy.
Brian Harmon just got his round to 5 under through 13. So you asked Bob Harrig a moment ago, hey, how are the conditions? Is there a 64 or a 65 out there? Because so far, best round in the tournament's been a 4 under 67. Brian Harmon, 5 under on the day through 13. And yes, closing holes are tough. In fact, saw a couple stories, Mark, that the word of the day in the post-round pressers, tricky. That numerous golfers ended up using that word to describe the course and the conditions. Tricky. Okay. We'll see if that holds. Coming in, I also think, Mark, you pointed out something which is important. Bryson DeChambeau has not played well in this tournament. Bryson DeChambeau has struggled in wind, has struggled in conditions in which you have to keep the ball low. He shot a 78 yesterday. He beat like 6 guys in the whole field.
He whiffed, David. He whiffed yesterday.
Yes, he did.
He whiffed. It happened to be while, I said it before, I go do my walk on the treadmill every day. So I'm on the treadmill and I'm watching Bryson, and I've got my earbuds in. I'm listening to music and I'm watching the TV. And there were 2 other people in working out while I was working out. And he whiffed, and very loudly, because you've got the earbuds. And I went, oh my God, he whiffed. And then I realized that there were other people in the room and went, oh, well, what the hell?
But I think this is an important round. So far, he's 3 under for the day at the turn. He's, as of now, outside the cut line. The cut line may move. He probably has to make at least one more birdie coming in, but we'll see. But I agree with you, Mark. Okay, this is an important round. He's got to, as Bob Harrig said, there's got to be a little more to you than just bomb it and find it. I mean, won a couple of U.S. Opens with bomb it and find it, but, if he wants to be the player that he claims he wants to be, he's got to diversify his game a little bit.
85 players currently 2 over or better. Top 70 in cuts make the weekend. But obviously, we have not even started into the afternoon tee times. So a lot of golf yet to be played. Currently, there are 29 players that are in red figures. I will say, with the way that Harmon's going right now and has it at 7 under, you need to be in red figures by the end of the day, to me, David, if you're going to have a shot at winning this thing.
Because you don't think he'll come back to the field?
He could. But the fact that you've got 31 guys under par, I don't know if that number will go down by much. I actually think it could go up a little bit. And if you're, let's just say there's 35 guys under par. I don't know if on the weekend you can come from even par and get back into the mix.
And Harman, an Open champion from 2 years ago. So, he had a chance to win the 2017 U.S. Open, was in the final group on Sunday, did not play well. 6 years later, when he was in the final group on Sunday in a major, he played very well and was clearly the best player for the week at Hoylake, won it going away. But so there you have it. Right now, Brian Harman on the course, 7 under for the tournament, 5 under for the day. He's on 14. Tyrrell Hatton and Harris English are both on the back 9, and they're both 2 shots back at 5 under. There was a 5-way tie for the lead at 4 under. One of them was an unknown Dane. He had a quadruple bogey on one today. An 8 on the first hole. Damn.
I give him the bounce back factor, though. Good for him. He birdied 2. I mean, after making an 8, and I know the second hole is a par 5, but you just made an 8.
Right.
And you hit 2 out of bounds. Apparently, he hit 1 left out of bounds, 1 right out of bounds.
Oh, boy.
Think about that. You've hit 3 drives, all on the first hole. 2 of them have gone out of bounds. You're on the par 5 second. Man, gripping that thing and taking it back must be a lot of fun. No problems with that swing thought as you're getting ready to go. And that's what Bob Herrick talked about. There's a tremendous amount of out of bounds on this golf course that can throw a wrench into anyone's day, but not Brian Harman's right now as he is rolling 7 under. He leads by 2 over Hatton and English at the British Open. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com. Southwest Florida's scorching heat is on its way. Stay cool with Air Advantage. As a proud Rheem Pro partner, Air Advantage delivers top-notch air conditioning solutions to keep you cool and comfortable. Right now, enjoy 18 months, no interest, no payments on qualifying systems. Call 433-4635 today for expert installation and unbeatable comfort all summer long. Online at myairadvantage.com. Air Advantage. Call today, 433-4635.
Whether you're chasing peak performance, reigniting intimacy, or simply want to feel your best, Game Day Men's Health creates customized game plans to optimize your health. Call 239-427-3441 for our Bonita Springs and Naples location to set up your free testosterone test and consultation. Mention Miller Moulton Radio Show for 10% off your service. Find your maximum self with Game Day Men's Health, Bonita Springs and Naples, Florida. Call 239-427-3441 today.
With summer approaching, time to take care of your own house. So stop into the Floormeisters and see their huge in-stock selection of carpet. The Floormeisters has 100 rolls to choose from, starting at $2.99 a square foot for carpet, pad, and installation. Come in and ask for Dave and have him show you the Dream Weaver Select. Many styles and colors to choose from to fit everyone's taste. Floormeisters, 6281 Naples Boulevard in Naples, right next to Costco, or go to the web, floormeisters.com.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Looks like somehow Yahoo got a copy of the draft that Trump has for the NIL executive order.
Okay.
And David, you may have mentioned it, and I didn't hear it in the starting five, but apparently the injunction that Jordan was going for, he didn't get.
Oh, the NASCAR guys?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, they had to get it by Wednesday.
Right, and it came out yesterday. The judge denied it.
Michael, I'd just like to see Phil make the cut.
Me too.
I mean, he has put up some big scores this year. He finished second in an LIV event, and he's also put up some big numbers. So his game is not consistent at all. So I just hope he can. I'd take 73 today for Phil and run with it. Oh, I know.
Well,
Reed fell apart yesterday.
DeChambeau's on 12. He's got to make a birdie here. It's his last par 5. He bogeyed 11. He might have to eagle it to have a shot.
Yeah, Reed fell apart yesterday. Bogey 3 of his last 4. Round got away from him.
And by the way, I've not been paying, complete attention to this, but David, I don't recall seeing Keegan Bradley on television today. He's 4 under for the day playing 18. He's T7. How do you not show him a little bit?
Wow.
Like I don't think I've seen him today. Man. Robert McIntyre had 220 in on a par 5. Ball hit 8 yards before the pin, rolled over the green, and then down a hill and into just a really interesting lie that he's got to try to get up and down for birdie on now. Game's not easy.
Welcome back to Miller and Moulton. Text the guys what's in your mind at 21,000. That's 21000. And now, here's David Moulton.
21 minutes past the hour. Thanks so much for being with us. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. I feel myself, Mark, falling into a trap. And I do this from time to time in which I get a feeling. I see a couple of things happening long before a season is to start, and I just get a feeling, good or bad, about a team. And I'm getting a bad feeling about the LA Chargers for this year.
A bad feeling?
A bad feeling for the LA Chargers this year.
All right, explain.
Well, I still don't know if they have enough weapons around Herbert. But one of the weapons was supposed to be Mike Williams. He retired yesterday. Well, that's not good. One of the other weapons was supposed to be Najee Harris. And he just got injured in the fireworks incident, in which they won't disclose the extent of his injuries, and they will not give you a time frame at all. He's not ready. He can't practice right now. That they've said. He can't take part in training camp right now. Apparently, quite a few people at this house party got hurt. Apparently, one guy lost a few fingers. Something obviously went horribly wrong. And I just, an eye injury. I don't know. It's been a rough week for the Chargers. That's all. And I didn't think they had enough weaponry to begin with. They lost Dobbins in free agency. He signed with Denver. And now Najee plays every game, and Najee has rushed for 1,000 yards all 4 seasons, but he's done it at like 3.9 yards at a time. Dobbins is actually, when healthy, when on the field, Dobbins is a more productive back. The thing is, you get 9 to 13 games out of Dobbins.
Right.
So
you're absolutely right. Now, just remember, and he is a rookie, and he's got to prove Najee wasn't even slotted as the starter. They did draft a running back in the first round.
Right.
So I'm not as worried about that one. I'm with you that I think there's a lot of pressure on the young receivers for the Chargers, because they drafted the Georgia kid last year. They drafted a kid this year that they expect in the second round to contribute. So you're asking young receivers to be a big part of the offense. That scares me far more than a young running back being a big part of an offense.
Okay. But think about what you've said, a first and second year receiver and a rookie running back and the backup. And Jim wants to go 1A, 1B with his running backs. Wants to do just what he did at Michigan those last couple of years. And, if you call Najee 1B, fine. The 1B running back just got hurt, and nobody will tell the truth as to the extent of his injuries. Nobody. So I don't know. I've had a rough week, and I didn't know if they had enough explosiveness. We're trying to take down the Chiefs here. You think you can take down the Chiefs, without big play capability? You know how hard that is? And the Chargers against the good teams last year struggled to score points. And I'm trying to figure out how they've gotten any better.
I think it's a very valid point. I do. I think you're onto something. I also, on the other side of the ball, their pass rush wasn't what it was just a couple of years ago, David. That's the other thing to me, because if you've got a good outside pass rush, it seems to me you're going to have a shot at disrupting Mahomes. Stop him? Hell no. But disrupt him, because their tackle play's awful right now. Their tackle play's in the bottom half for sure in the league.
For sure. They're counting on a backup from San Francisco that they thought, is ready to burst, and they invested in him to be their starting left tackle. And their right tackle is clearly inadequate. So, as Sonny points out in our Twitch chat room, they still have Ladd McConkey.
We brought that up. He's a second-year receiver. You think that Ladd McConkey's not a Pro Bowl receiver?
But also, I don't consider him a big play weapon guy. Okay. Also, look at the division he's in. Okay. The Chiefs' number one corner can cover Ladd McConkey. Goodness knows Denver's number one corner can. Okay. I just don't know that the Chargers were going to be putting enough pressure on the good teams' defenses anyway.
And they're planning on doing it by running the football, not throwing the football, to your earlier point on Harris.
So that's all. I don't know. I'm probably overreacting. Goodness knows I've only done it about 3,621 times in the history of this show. But I get a bad feeling. What did they win? 11 games last year? I mean, what if they just slide back to 9? Still a solid team, but, lost some of the close games they won a year ago. And boom, next thing you know, you're missing the playoffs. I just don't feel that they're better. Like, I think Denver's better than they were last year.
Absolutely. I don't think there's any question about it.
And obviously,
the biggest question you have on the Broncos, because their roster's better than it was a year ago.
Yeah.
The biggest question you have is, does Nix go forward and leap to the next step? Does he plateau from last year, which was a great year, or does he have a sophomore slump? That's the biggest question mark on the Denver Broncos.
And I think a big part of the reason that C.J. Stroud took a step sideways and or back last year was his offensive line. By the second half of the year, they couldn't block.
And his receivers all got hurt.
Right, and that's part of the reason they couldn't block, because nobody, could diverted any attention to the secondary. So teams just went like crazy after C.J. Stroud, and they got to him. I mean, what did he get sacked? 9 times in the playoff loss by the Chiefs? And I don't know. I just been a bad week plus for the Chargers, and I got a bad feeling. That's all. That it could be, remember, Bengals missed the playoffs last year at 9-8. I think they've missed the playoffs the last 2 years at 9-8. I mean, you could still be thought of as a pretty good team and find yourself sitting home in the AFC. Not many pretty good teams are sitting home in the NFC lately, but you could be a pretty good team and be sitting home in the AFC. And I just think the Chargers have had a rough 10 days. That's all.
I would agree with that. I would agree with that wholeheartedly. And, you brought up the Bengals, and I think it's just because I'm watching this quarterback show, and they obviously lay it out however they want. But when they showed Kirk Cousins, he's studying all the time. When they showed Jared Goff, he's studying all the time. And they've made a point. When they show Joe Burrow, he's got his stylist with him. Or he's going to the museum. Or, he is an interesting cat, to say the very least. He really is.
I don't say this lightly. Okay. I think he's got a little Namath in him. Okay. I mean, Joe did serious things with the Jets, but he didn't do it in public view. Okay. And I think the other Joe has got a little Joe Willie in him. Except that Namath did everything in his social life. He had no problem being public with it. And Joe wants his private life to be very private. I don't know how you pull that off, especially in Cincinnati, dude. You are far and away the biggest thing in that area. I don't know how you're going to pull that off.
Far and away.
Yeah. I mean,
it's not close.
You need Ellie De La Cruz and the Reds to become a really big deal really quickly.
I mean, think about it. Ellie De La Cruz is a star, but he's nowhere in the stratosphere of Joe Burrow.
No. So
I was fired up. I was out to dinner the other night, and there was a guy with an Ellie De La Cruz jersey on in the restaurant. I'm like, look at that.
So even though the guy violated the rule, okay, the player was cool enough that you were giving him.
I think the kid was young enough that he was. I think he was. It was a young kid wearing an Ellie De La Cruz jersey. He looked to be under the age of 25. He was not breaking the Miller and Moulton jersey rule that we've been hanging our head on for nearly 20 years.
With summer approaching, time to take care of your own house. So stop into the Floor Meisters and see their huge in-stock selection of carpet. The Floor Meisters has 100 rolls to choose from, starting at $2.99 a square foot for carpet, pad, and installation. Come in and ask for Dave and have him show you the Dream Weaver Select. Many styles and colors to choose from that fit everyone's taste. Floor Meisters, 6281 Naples Boulevard in Naples, right next to Costco, or go to the web, floormeisters.com.
For over 50 years, the Nolan family has been dedicated to protecting local families. Nolan Family Insurance is a second-generation independent agency that specializes in home, flood, auto, and boat insurance. They take the time needed to explain your coverage options and answer your questions so you can make an informed decision that's right for you. If you're looking for an agency that treats you like family, call 941-639-1122 or go to NolanAgency.com. That's 941-639-1122 or NolanAgency.com.
Wine glasses never fall over until you get a brand new rug.
Oh, no!
Ketchup bottles act normal till you're wearing a new shirt.
Oh, you kidding me?
And rocks slide peacefully on the road till the day you get a brand new windshield. Then they fly up off the road and attack without mercy. That's why new windshields from Glass Doctor come with our windshield protection plan. Unlimited repairs and one replacement for 12 months. Don't just fix it, protect it. Glass Doctor, a neighborly company.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Ooh.
JDR there, and I think I'm 3 episodes into it. Do they start making Burrow look like more of a student of the, I mean, because so far they made the other two look like they are constantly studying the game of football, and obviously have not gotten to where Kirk gets benched, but they do not make Burrow out to be that way.
Sonny, Ricky's nowhere to be found on the Ryder Cup list. I mean, he'd have to go on a month long. He'd have to win something and probably have like 3 great tournaments in a row to have a shot.
No, Michael, they have 3 quarterbacks on there. I mentioned it. Nix is in your world a big deal. For the rest of football, and if you were to do a quarterback show, he wouldn't make the list. It's Burrow, it's Goff, and it's Cousins. It was done for last year's season. Nix was a rookie. No one had any clue that he was going to, 1, play as well as he did, and 2, if he's even interesting. I doubt he was even asked. Now, they may ask him heading into this year.
Also, to the other Michael, Burrow doesn't want that part of his life publicized at all. That's why it's one of the many reasons why the burglary bothered him, because people found out who his girlfriend was. He had kept it private, but she was the one that ended up calling in the police report.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
22 minutes until the top of the hour. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. Thanks so much for being with us. 41 and 48 are the football magic numbers. 6 weeks yesterday, the college season kicks off in earnest. 7 weeks yesterday, 48 days away from the Eagles hosting the Cowboys. We're just 13 days away from the Hall of Fame game, and everybody is in training camp by this time next week. Veterans included. Everywhere. So there you go. You're getting there. You've almost made it. And you just made it through the slowest sports week of the year. So it's all better from here. It's all downhill from here. Second half of the year. Countdown is on. You're doing well. You're doing better than you thought you would. You're tougher than you thought. This is going to be okay. Trying.
So Bryson has had back-to-back birdies now. He is 4 under for his day with 5 to play. He is at 3 over, desperately trying to make the cut after a 78 on Thursday. Keegan Bradley fired a 67 today. 4 under par in the clubhouse. He is 3 under for the tournament, T8. Brian Harmon, still your leader by 1. He's 5 under today through 14, 7 under for the tournament. Terrell Hatton is 3 under for the day, 6 under for the tournament, alone in second. 3 players at 5 under par, including Robert McIntyre, who's 5 under on the day through 13 holes.
And wasn't McIntyre, the big pick from Christopher Powers when he was on the show on Tuesday?
I don't think it was Powers. I thought I thought it was Vincenzi that we had on that picked both Bradley and McIntyre as the 2 guys he thought were going to win. I could be confused, David, but I thought that was Matt that picked. He had 2 guys that were going to win, and he said it was McIntyre and Keegan Bradley, and that shocked the both of us based on Keegan Bradley's recent record at the Open Championship.
Because, he had the formula, right?
Right.
He had the formula, and there's like 5-point criteria or over the last 5 years, and you had to hit every single point in the criteria. And for whatever reason, the only two guys to hit it were McIntyre and Bradley. And the odds were like 60 and 80 to 1 on the two choices. And we're like, wow, this is going out there. Well, looking pretty good Friday afternoon, I'll tell you that.
No doubt. No doubt about it. As they're all about they're close to having everybody on the course here. We're getting there. As some of yesterday's leaders are now teeing off. Lee made an early birdie. He's got it to 5 under as well, and he shot 4 under yesterday and was one of the day one leaders. So that's a little bit of an update from the British, as they will go all day on USA Network, and then obviously the weekend on NBC.
Yeah, the last tee time that I see is still 2 hours and 35 minutes from now. I see an 11:16 a.m. Eastern time tee ball. I mean, these are 6-hour rounds, baby. Oh, boy.
Right. Scheffler's teeing off local time at 3:10.
Right. 10:10 our time.
That Kea Wakajana that had a good score yesterday, he's teeing off at 4:16 local time.
Right.
You know, he wanted to make sure he got the discount for the round because he teed off after 4.
He's A, good news. You're in the top 10 of the Open. And B, you're playing at 60% off. But yeah, Bradley getting in at 4 under, by the way, best score of the day, which was the best score yesterday. So we've yet to have anybody. We've got 3 guys on the course right now who are 5 under for the day, but we've yet to have anybody in the tournament post a round better than 4 under 67.
We'll see what Waggle's done. He's 5 under with 3 to play. Teeth of the course, really 16, 17, and 18. So we'll see if he can play the last 3 even and post the first 5 under round of the tournament. We're asking you today who the best sports cheater in modern sports is. You overwhelmingly say the 2017 Astros. 52% of you voting for the Astros. Bill Belichick in second. The combination of Bonds Clements in third. And the 2023 Michigan football team in last. Go to that Mark Miller, the David Moulton, Miller_Moulton on X to vote. If you want to text the show, 21,000 is the text line. The keyword is Miller if you've not texted the show before. But 21,000, text Miller to that, and then the gate is open, and you can text as much as you would like.
So Scheffler hit 3 fairways and shot 3 under yesterday. Over under 69.5 for Scheffler. It's a par 71 today.
Under.
Okay.
He'll play in the 60s today.
Well, then he figures he'll be in one of the final 2-3 groups then on Saturday, probably, if he does that.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Absolutely. A lot of guys playing their way back into contention. See if they can hold on. Victor Hovland, 2 under today. He's got it to even. Jordan Spieth, 2 under today. He's got it to even. Justin Thomas is 1 under. He is at even par. A couple of guys going the other way. Maverick McNeely, who had a nice round yesterday, 2 over today. He's back to even. And David's favorite player, Joaquin Niemann, who was 1 under yesterday, 1 over today. Olafson, who was one of the round 1 leaders, had a quadruple bogey 8 on the first hole. He's made 1 birdie since. He's 3 over on the day, 1 under for the tournament. That's right where Rory is. He's even for the day with a bit of a scoregami. He's been all over the place. Bunch of birdies, bunch of bogeys. That's just the way Rory's round has gone today.
You know, I've come to the conclusion that Tony Finau is never going to win a major.
I'm glad you got there.
Yeah, I just, man, he can't putt. Man, he cannot putt. I mean, maybe he'll have that Henrik Stenson tournament because Stenson, every bit the ball striker, probably even better than Finau, and he couldn't come close to winning a major. I mean, he could top 10 majors, but he very rarely top 5 majors. He just couldn't putt. And then, in 2016 against Phil, he puts out of his mind, shoots 63 on Sunday and wins. But here's the other thing. Finau's going to be 36 right before the Ryder Cup. I mean, he'll be closer to 40 than 30. And I don't know when you think a guy's prime is in golf, but I mean, most of these guys, their prime is in their late 20s, early 30s.
Right. And David, he's going the other way. Right. His best golf, I believe, is behind him. He's a really likable guy.
Oh, yeah.
It was fun to see him win those back-to-back tournaments. Was it last year or 2 years ago that he won, I think, in Detroit and then Minneapolis?
Yeah, the 3M, yeah.
And played really well. But I don't see it. Like, there was a moment you thought he was going to take the next step. He never did. I mean, you're talking about a guy that's the 45th ranked golfer in the world right now. You don't think about golfer number 45 winning a major.
No, but it was, Finau was when Tiger won the Masters in 2019. Finau was one of the group with Koepka and Rahm, and it was right there. And you're like, well, this guy's gonna be right there for the next few years, and he's eventually going to win one of these suckers. I mean, look at the way he hits the ball. That's all.
By the way, I'm getting a lot of texts right now, and thank you very much for texting at 21,000. Love to get all your texts. A lot of people going, where the hell's Lance Armstrong on your list?
Yeah.
He's stuck to team sports. We were going and never did. We kind of let you down. We were going to do individual athletes and figure out who to put on there with Lance Armstrong. But that is kind of the gold standard of cheating.
I was going to say.
I don't know if there's ever been a bigger cheat than Lance Armstrong. And the whole sport cheated. We know that.
Who do you put
defiant throughout the time saying, while everyone else was cheating, I wasn't.
Who do you even put on the poll question with Lance Armstrong? Because that's sometimes why we don't put people on poll questions, because it's like, well, everybody's going to vote for so-and-so. It makes it a bad poll question.
Ryan brings up a great name and far in the cheating, Tanya Harding.
Well, got a point there.
I mean, Tanya Harding, Lance Armstrong. That's a marriage made in heaven right there.
I'd still vote Lance. I mean, he did it for, damn near a decade. I mean,
he didn't try to break anyone's leg.
True.
I mean, True. He didn't conspire to injure his biggest opponent.
No, although he was threatening to sue everyone and did sue a lot of people. I mean, until they got the goods on him, he sued a lot of people and won. And then had to pay a lot of verdicts back.
JDR Blue, and I would have never been able to pull the name. And if you pulled that without looking it up, I give you all the credit in the world. Rosie, is it Ruiz? The Boston Marathon runner who joined the race at like mile 23 and won the women's Boston Marathon the one year,
right?
Coming out of the woods or whatever it was.
Yeah, started it, okay, and then took like 16 miles off, and then showed up Rosie Ruiz. Yep.
That's solid on the individual list. That's really good. Because I'm trying, there would be a few people out there, Kyprios maybe one, who would say Yannick Sinner. Just for what it's worth. I mentioned Patrick Reed earlier. David dismissed it because his cheating was done in college.
Right. I mean, come on. If you're going to make the list, it's got to be, you cheated to win a PGA Tour event or major. I mean, come on. I mean, college golf. Come on. That doesn't register. Not with me.
By the way, here's a very bitter human being on the text line.
Okay.
We had a girl do the same thing in our 5th grade mile run. She only did 1 lap instead of 2. I don't know how old you are, sir, but the fact that you're pointing out the 5th grade run cheater, you have held on to this far too long. Far too long. I mean, what did they get? A ribbon?
Did you get cheated out of this? Was it a child of yours? I mean,
was your daughter racing against
yes.
her? Explain to me the animosity you have towards the 5th grade mile.
Or is that possibly a joke? And if so, you usually have to include an LOL or an emoji. That's the other thing I would encourage, whether it's the text line, the chat rooms. If you're making a joke, give us a hint that it's a joke. That's all. And you don't have to go LOL, but you could just go even with an emoji. And it doesn't even have to be the laughing hysterically emoji. Could be just a smiley face.
By the way, another great texter points out story that we talked about a lot a couple of years ago, David. The bass fishing guy.
Oh.
Now, this guy says the bass fishing guy's brother-in-law in scuba gear hooked it. I'm not talking about that one. I'm talking about the guy in Ohio. And it might have been walleye. I don't know if it was bass or walleye, but I think it was
the
bass.
weighted fish, right?
The weighted fish. He was stuffing the sinkers down the fish and got busted.
Yeah.
And they nearly ran him out of the tournament. I mean, like physically, like there were people wanting to harm him.
Yep.
All good from the individual cheating standpoint. Very good. Great job by the audience. They're ready for the weekend, David. They're ready. Just dying for baseball to start.
Got 5 great series. I mean, besides the, Rays at home, Marlins at home. A lot of Yankee fans out there. You're excited, starting the second half in Atlanta. But there are 5 really good baseball series with winning teams facing one another coming out of the All-Star break. Houston at Seattle, with Seattle 5 back in the West. Brewers and Dodgers. The Brewers are only like a game and a half behind the Dodgers. The Brewers, who are 24th in payroll. Their payroll's $20 million more than the Rays. That's a well-run organization. Man, they're going on almost a decade here of being good year in, year out.
By the way, from an individual standpoint, how do I not pull his name right now, but I'm having trouble. Was it Michael Waltrip that had the jet fuel?
Oh, yeah,
in
sure.
his Daytona car?
Yeah. Yeah.
That's my favorite recent NASCAR cheat, if you will.
I forget
We've got a follow-up from the texter who's mad about the 5th grade race. Said, I was a fat boy. I did the 2 laps, and I got a top 25 and was super proud of myself because there were 70 kids total.
Okay.
Well, you know what? Go grab a cheeseburger. Miller and Moulton. Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. They are helping me with sleep apnea. And by helping me, I mean curing me. No more CPAP machine. No more snoring. No more tossing. No more waking up exhausted. Their expert team got me the right treatment, fast and hassle-free. If you want to feel energized and get rid of your snoring, call Sleep Treatment Direct today. 444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound.
Defining a new era in men's health. Get stronger and healthier at Game Day Men's Health. With our in-house laboratory, get in, get treated, and get back to your passion and purpose. Call 239-427-3441 for our Bonita Springs or Naples location to set up your free testosterone test and consultation. Mention Miller Moulton Radio Show for a 10% discount on your service. Start living your best with Game Day Men's Health, Bonita Springs and Naples. Call 239-427-3441 today.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at
With
AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
summer approaching, time to take care of your own house. So stop into the Floormeisters and see their huge in-stock selection of carpet. The Floormeisters has 100 rolls to choose from, starting at $2.99 a square foot for carpet, pad, and installation. Come in and ask for Dave and have him show you the Dream Weaver Select. Many styles and colors to choose from to fit everyone's taste. Floormeisters, 6281 Naples Boulevard in Naples, right next to Costco, or go to the web, floormeisters.com.
Honey, you want to come out? I haven't seen you since Glass Doctor installed our custom shower enclosure.
No thanks.
Well, you can't keep eating breakfast in the shower, and laminating your magazines is getting expensive. You remember we have guests coming over tonight, right?
Oh, I'm sure they'd love to see the shower.
It's our neighbors, and I highly doubt they want to be hanging out in our bathroom.
The shower's so good, you'll never want to leave. Visit glassdoctor.com today and schedule an appointment online.
Miller and Moulton are very grateful to you, the listeners, for making us one of the highest rated shows for men, because the working man is one of the toughest demos to reach, and we do. Great sponsors like Floormeisters, American Paint Supplies, Glass Doctor, Sleep Treatment Direct, Game Day Men's Health, and Molly Maid recognize that, and we thank them. And if you own a business and working men are your clientele, the most cost-effective way to reach them is through us. Text Miller and Moulton at 21,000 or directly via X at that Mark Miller or the David
This is Miller and Moulton.
They have to win a World Series to be called a well-run organization. Michael, you're wrong. The Tampa Bay Rays have not won a World Series. That's a well-run organization. To do what they've done with the payroll, the Brewers, since trading for CC Sabathia all those years ago, look at all their playoff appearances with a small market team. That is a well-run organization. You can't define a well-run organization by just the team that wins the last game. I totally disagree with you. Couldn't disagree more. Thanks, Bruins fan. That's nice of you. Michael, you're very black and white with it. It's either got to be great or it's not. There's no middle ground. You're caught. Von Miller's first ballot Hall of Famer. They're not a well-run organization. I mean, it is very, it's either this or you're all wrong. I'm right, you're all wrong. I don't think the world operates that way. I don't think it operates that way with great sports organizations. No, but it is now, Sonny. Harmon's going to make an up and down on 16. DeChambeau's gone birdie on 12, 13, and 14 to get it to 2 over. He's 5 under for the day.
He's trying to pull a Rory. Remember, Rory went 79-65, missed the cut by 1. No, Michael, I don't think someone has to get to a World Series to be a well-run organization. When you're in the bottom third in payroll, no. I mean, could
Yeah,
you
I agree with Dave. I said that to you before. Oh, here we go.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, coming at you from the Floor Meister Studios. Floor Meisters, keeping it real. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
It is the bonus hour, final hour of the show, final hour of our week. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. Open Championship round 2 well underway. Brian Harman, who won this tournament 2 years ago, right now with a one-shot lead with 2 holes to play in his second round. He is matching the round of the day on the course. The round of the day that's been posted is a 4 under 67, but there are a handful of golfers on the course who are 5 under for the day, including Brian Harman. We'll see if one of them can post a 66, because so far the lowest round posted, not just today, but also in the tournament so far, has been a 67. But Brian Harman and Harris English, for as international, Mark, as this leaderboard was yesterday, right now, 2 Americans atop the leaderboard as we're midway or thereabouts through the second round.
By the way, leave it to the Miller and Moulton curse to get someone to play well. After bashing Tony Finau for a good 6 minutes last segment, he just eagled the 12th to get to 4 under for the tournament, 3 under for the day. He's T7. He's probably going to win this week since we just did that. We just gave him the Charles Schwartzel kiss of life, not the kiss of death. We went against him. It will come back and bite us. That's the way life works.
I hope we can play the clip when I said, I think I've come to the conclusion Tony Finau is never going to win a major. And then if literally 48 hours later he wins a major, I would love that.
I will be in here Sunday afternoon chopping that hour up to make sure that we have that, David. I absolutely, without a doubt, will.
So major Ryder Cup implications with this tournament as well. There's still a month of golf left to be played on both sides before they set their teams, but clearly this is the biggest tournament left in the season, and it's double the points and, that sort of thing. So Harman and English, who right now are 12th and 10th on the U.S. Ryder Cup team, respectively. Only the top 6 get guaranteed spots. Needless to say, one of those 2 wins this sucker, they'd move into the top 6. But I think also they're forcing Keegan Bradley, who right now is T8, and he posted one of them 67s. He's in the clubhouse, 3 under for the tournament, in the top 10 right now. And Keegan's 9th on the Ryder Cup points list. How many of these guys outside the top 6 can play their way into the top 6 and automatically qualify?
All right. I have no idea. You have no idea what Bradley's team's going to look like. But David, right now, if I were to ask you to put odds out on the Ryder Cup, the home game, we're good at home. What would you list the Americans at to win the Ryder Cup? Would it be a plus number? I mean, would it be plus 120, plus 140, or would it be closer to even money because it's a home game?
Yeah, because it's a home match, I'd put it at pick'em. But even with as well as some of the guys that are, 9, 10, and 12 on the U.S. Ryder Cup points list right now are playing so far in this Open Championship. I mean, listen, Colin Morikawa is not an automatic qualifier right now. He is not playing well either. Are you sure just because of your reputation and world golf ranking? I mean, if you're not playing well, why should I pick you for the team? Seriously, and could you answer me that question? You're not playing well. You're not in good form. Why should I pick you for the team?
Well, and David, not only to me is he not in good form on the course, and this probably means Morikawa, who was 4 over yesterday and is yet to tee off today, will shoot 67, because that seems to be the way things go for Miller and Moulton. But let's just say he misses the cut. Not only is he not in good form on the course, but to me, he's not in good form off the course. He's gone through caddies. He's picking fights with the media. He doesn't seem to be in a great place right now.
I mean, he's nowhere to be found on the U.S. Ryder Cup point team, but Jordan Spieth makes putts. Now, he makes bogeys, but Jordan Spieth can putt. By the way, Mark, along the lines of...
You couldn't get me to put Spieth on the team, by the way.
Okay. Tony Finau, 20th on the points list. What if he wins? What if he's top 5 this week? I'm just saying. I mean, this is dramatic stuff that's not just for the Open Championship. There's a lot going into this. I get somebody who's playing well versus somebody who's not playing well.
And then you look at the other side, David, as far as the Euros go. Now, this could all change immensely after this tournament, because right now Rasmus Højgaard is 7th on the European Ryder Cup list, but he's also T2.
Right.
So, that could change. Justin Rose is 8th. Oberg is 9. Hovland is 10. These are guys that are, to me, when you look at Rose, Oberg, and Hovland, they're automatic captain's picks.
Yeah.
No questions asked. They're in.
Yeah, their top 10 is locked.
Right, and even Dietrich, who's played really well, he's 11th. So I think the captains on the other side have a lot easier job with picking their team, because their top 6 have kind of separated. Rory's well ahead of everybody. Then it's Tommy Fleetwood, Robert McIntyre, Tyrrell Hatton, Sepp Straka, Shane Lowry. And there's a pretty big gap points-wise between Lowry and Højgaard. Now, if Rasmus were to win the Open, he would pass Shane Lowry. But then Lowry's a captain's pick? Okay. You mean Rory's best buddy, who plays pretty well in this thing?
By the way, Rory's hanging around. He's sitting it all over the place, but he's hanging around. 1 under for the day, 2 under for the tournament. He's playing 14.
And those asking, Bryson is on the team currently. The automatic qualifiers for the U.S. team as of this moment in time. Scheffler, that's a dunk. He's in. Nothing that would ever change that. His points are so far ahead of Schauffele, who's in second. They're automatics. Schauffele, J.J. Spahn, Russell Henley, Bryson DeChambeau, and Justin Thomas. Now, Colin Morikawa is within a shot of where JT is to catch him. But obviously right now Morikawa doesn't look to be making the cut unless he plays a hell of a lot better today.
Also, DeChambeau at Bethpage. Even if DeChambeau fell out of the top 6 and he fell back to 7th, okay, that's a big course. You need DeChambeau. I mean, seriously. Never mind the whole, we talked about it on the first tee, don't you, with them going crazy? Don't you put DeChambeau in the first group?
Yes.
And just let him say, listen, try to reach 400 yards with this shot, okay? Just hit the absolute tar out of it.
So not just a major, but a major in a Ryder Cup year, and a lot left to be said of who is going to make this Ryder Cup team, particularly on the side of the Americans. And I'm with you, David. I think this week will have a lot to do with who Keegan Bradley is looking at from a captain's pick, because where else do you have the type of pressure that you'll have in the Ryder Cup, if not at a major championship? So a lot left out there in the golf world as we're getting towards the cut day at the Open Championship. And Brian Harman out in front on the 17th hole. He keeps hitting fairways and greens and making it look pretty easy out there as his approach on 17 goes to about 15 feet for yet another birdie that would take him to 6 under on the day, 8 under on the tournament. And I wondered when we had Bob Harrigan an hour ago if someone could pull away an hour and a half ago. And right now, Brian Harman doing his best to try to pull away from the field on Friday. He's 2 up on a slew of golfers, and then and he has a birdie putt ahead of him, a makeable birdie putt on the 17th.
Boy, DeChambeau's impressed me today. Put 78 on the board. You're one of the last groups to finish, so you don't have a ton of time out on the range where there's actually sunlight, and there was no sun yesterday anyway. Okay, I mean, and he's fuming. 78, embarrassed himself. Okay, the whole deal. And literally beat 6 or 7 guys out of the whole field. He beat 6 or 7 guys yesterday. He's got an early tee time today, and DeChambeau comes out, and he's just made 3 birdies in a row on the back 9, and he's 5 under for the day. And right now he is on the cut line.
And, you know, people were talking that it could go to 3 over. It's a possibility, but right now there are 85 players at 2 over or better. Now, there are 5 of those 2 overs that haven't even gone to the golf course yet. 5 guys still on the course, a bunch that have just teed off. So, yes, many of those can go the other way. Like DJ was 2 over yesterday. He's only played 4 holes today. He's even through 4. So a lot of those 2 overs could go to 3-4 over, but you're asking a lot of players to screw up to get that cut to 3 over. It may end up getting there. We'll see by day's end.
Miller and Moulton. So there you are, keeping you updated on what's going on. USA Network for today, although there is golf on Peacock. We think it's a combination of like BBC coverage and featured groups, but that's what they got going on there. And then for the weekend, I believe I believe everything is streamed, but USA and NBC are the networks, and a lot on NBC both days. I think they start like 7 a.m. Saturday and Sunday on NBC, and they just go with it.
Well, David, we are less than 2 weeks away from a trade deadline. The baseball season gets going again today. There are already reports that there are a few teams looking to get things going. And I think this weekend we may see the start of some movement in baseball as teams try to get ahead of the deadline. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com. American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
Whether you're chasing peak performance, reigniting intimacy, or simply want to feel your best, Game Day Men's Health creates customized game plans to optimize your health. Call 239-427-3441 for our Bonita Springs and Naples location to set up your free testosterone test and consultation. Mention Miller Moulton Radio Show for 10% off your service. Find your maximum self with Game Day Men's Health, Bonita Springs and Naples, Florida. Call 239-427-3441 today.
Southwest Florida's scorching heat is on its way. Stay cool with Air Advantage. As a proud Rheem Pro partner, Air Advantage delivers top-notch air conditioning solutions to keep you cool and comfortable. Right now, enjoy 18 months, no interest, no payments on qualifying systems. Call 433-4635 today for expert installation and unbeatable comfort all summer long. Online at myairadvantage.com. Air Advantage. Call today, 433-4635.
Honey, you want to come out? I haven't seen you since Glass Doctor installed our custom shower enclosure.
No thanks.
Well, you can't keep eating breakfast in the shower, and laminating your magazines is getting expensive. You remember we have guests coming over tonight, right?
Oh, I'm sure they'd love to see the shower.
It's our neighbors, and I highly doubt they want to be hanging out in our bathroom.
The shower's so good, you'll never want to leave. Visit glassdoctor.com today and schedule an appointment online.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Ah, I agree with you, JDR. I mean, he shot 4 over yesterday compared to 7 over, but I'm with you. God, I haven't seen a Taylor Gooch score. Let me look up a Taylor Gooch score. I don't think he's in the tournament.
Who?
Taylor Gooch?
I don't think so.
No, I don't see him. There are 20 LIVers that are in it. Oh. McIntyre, the kid who finished second at the U.S. Open. Who's that guy?
Yes. He is, David.
Got to admit, he's older than I thought. Huh. I have probably had 10 snack wraps. Rusk bars. And they've been out.
Oh, I did not see that. I may have to look that one up.
8 days, I think. They came out on the 10th, I believe.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
21 minutes past the hour. Good, bad, and ugly. What's on tap? Today was the day when. Some final thoughts. Maybe a pick or two. Coming up, our poll question. What's it? Basically, biggest cheater in modern times?
Yes.
And we did not include Lance Armstrong because we figured you wouldn't vote for anyone else. So,
although in hindsight, we could have done Lance against the 2017 Astros and see how it would have worked out.
I know. Man. I'm glad that we can all hold a grudge like this. I really do. I'm proud of us. Harmon, by the way, missed that birdie. Tapped in for par. 5 under for the round, 7 under for the tournament as a one-shot lead with 1 hole to play in his second round.
And that Haitong Lee, the Chinese players, made a couple of early birdies. He's now alone in second at 6 under. Group of players, T3 at 5, and then, there's 9 players 4 under or better right now on the leaderboard. So how far back can you come from? If Harmon keeps on keeping on, just how tough is this going to be for he and Lee and some of the others if they separate themselves today from the others?
Okay, you said something before the break, and I just want to, I don't know about challenge you, but just question you. So are you buy, sell, or hold today? I'm going to go American League wild card. Okay, well, because obviously if you're a division champion or leader right now, you're not selling, and at worst you're a hold, and you're probably going to add on. But right now today, the Yankees, Red Sox, and Mariners are your wild card teams in the American League. The Rays are a game and a half back, 2 in the loss column. Buy, sell, or hold?
Buy.
Okay.
Buy, David. And obviously they're talking about it, and with this impending sale, they're acting like they're going to go spend money. We'll see.
Now, the Rays are the only other wild card contender that is above 500 coming out of the All-Star break. Texas, game below 500, 3.5 out of the wild card. They have 2 teams they'd have to leapfrog. Buy, sell, or hold?
David, I would buy if I'm the Rangers. They have a plus 47 run differential. It's better than the Mariners. It's better than some other teams that are in the hunt. They've got great pitching. They need a bat or 2.
Twins are 4 back. They're 2 below 500. They'd have to leapfrog 3 teams to make the playoff. Buy, sell, or hold?
I'd be more apt to sell, but the word is out that Buxton will not waive his no-trade clause, says he's a Twin for life. So I don't know what Minnesota's plans are, but that's one guy that's not being moved.
They could finally move on from Royce Lewis. They've got 2 pitchers that everybody's asking about. If I'm the Twins, I'm never giving up pitching. Okay? I don't spend money. I throw it around like manhole covers recently. If I've got pitchers, I'm holding on to it. The Angels, believe it or not, have the same record as the Twins. 2 under 500, 4 back. They would have to leapfrog 4 teams.
David, just looking at it quickly, when I talked about Texas and their run differential being plus 47, the Angels is minus 62. I don't think this is a playoff team. I'd sell.
Now, the team that, believe it or not, Texas has intrigued you all year. The team that has intrigued me is Kansas City. Kansas City's pitching is tremendous. Okay, they've given up 10 more runs than your beloved Texas Rangers. That's how good Kansas City's pitching is. And yet Kansas City has scored, without question, the fewest runs in baseball. Okay, Royals are 4.5 out of a playoff spot. They'd have to leapfrog 5 teams Same with the Guardians. They're both 3 below 500, 4.5 out. They both have to leapfrog 5/6 teams if you count the other. I'm a buyer if I'm the Royals.
David, I'm actually with you, and here's why. I think next to the Tigers, they're the best team in that division. And I think they're a lot closer to the Tigers in terms of talent than they are the Twins and Guardians who they're fighting with in the middle of that division. But I'm guessing, and I don't have their schedule in front of me, there'll be a lot of division games to play. If you think you're that much better than the Twins, Guardians, and of course the White Sox, you can do what Detroit did a year ago.
Between now and the deadline, Kansas City, 3-game series in Miami, 3-game series with the Cubs, host the Guardians for 3, host the Braves for 3. Guardians, Braves, Marlins, all below 500. I mean, if you're the Royals, this is make it happen time. Okay. Everyone else, obviously, in the American League, they're sellers, and we're talking about the Orioles and the White Sox and the Athletics. Okay. National League. Obviously, Phillies and Mets are buyers. Okay. Cubs will be buyers to some degree. Dodgers are always buyers. San Diego never sells. They're a buyer at worst hold. Giants, they're not going to sell. At worst hold, probably going to be buyers. Hell, they already made a Devers deal. So now you get to the, there's one or two interesting teams. The Brewers, who are a playoff team right now. In fact, they're the number 1 wild card team. But they have the 24th payroll in baseball at $108 million. $20 million more than the Rays. Buy, sell, or hold?
100% buy. 100%. You know I've been high on the Brewers for a while. We talked about who could catch the Cubs. I was telling you a month ago that I thought it was the Brew Crew. I would be buyers. That owner's done a good job of establishing this franchise as a really solid National League franchise. Would love to see him buy at the deadline.
By the way, the Brewers, and, I love this stat. You really love this stat. 4th best run differential in baseball. Now, the Cubs have the best, but the Brewers with the 4th best run differential in baseball.
By the way, the 4th best run differential, didn't they start out going like minus 25 in the first 3 games against the Yankees?
Right.
For what it's worth.
Then 2 interesting teams. Cardinals and Reds, both above 500. The Cardinals are a game and a half out of a wild card. They only have to jump 2 teams. And the Reds, the 2.5 back. They only have to jump 3 teams with a plus 31 run differential. Buy, sell, or hold?
Well, David, I think they both should be buyers, but I'm glad you brought up these 2 teams because they're the most interesting of anybody. Except for maybe the Diamondbacks. I know you haven't got there yet. Are the Diamondbacks selling, and can the Cardinals and Reds maybe acquire some of their talent? But to me, if you're the Reds, you have to be a buyer. You have to show your fan base that you're in. The Cardinals have claimed that they're not in this year, period. So I don't know what you do if you're the Cardinals right now. I really don't. I would want to say that I'm a buyer, but it goes against everything they've done this year as an organization.
And they have the fascinating dynamic of a 2-headed GM. Mark is the outgoing GM, already announced he's in his final year. I'm the incoming GM. I'm trying to hoard as many good players as possible. So in theory, I'm a hold or sell guy because I'm thinking of the future. Mark's like, screw that, man. This is my last shot.
Right.
So who's got the hammer?
I'm fascinated by what the Cardinals do in the next 2 weeks, David. I really am. I think they could be the most interesting team at the deadline because of what you talked about. And right now, their relationship with their fan base is as bad as it's ever been since I've been doing this for a living.
The Reds don't spend any money, so at best they're going to be a hold. I'll say this, Arizona's going to sell. They're going to be like Mortimer there in the movie Trading Place. Sell, sell, sell. They've got 2 pitchers. They've got Suarez, the third baseman, who's a free agent at the end of the year. Diamondbacks are going to sell, and they're going to do really well.
Suarez has already said he wouldn't mind going back to Detroit. Miller and Moulton. The good, the bad, and the ugly. Today was the day when, what's on tap, and an update from the Open. It's all how we finish the week out on Miller and Moulton.
With summer approaching, time to take care of your own house. So stop into the Floor Meisters and see their huge in-stock selection of carpet. The Floor Meisters has 100 rolls to choose from, starting at $2.99 a square foot for carpet, pad, and installation. Come in and ask for Dave and have him show you the Dream Weaver Select. Many styles and colors to choose from to fit everyone's taste. Floor Meisters, 6281 Naples Boulevard in Naples, right next to Costco, or go to the web, floormeisters.com.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net. For over 50 years, the Nolan family has been dedicated to protecting local families. Nolan Family Insurance is a second-generation independent agency that specializes in home, flood, auto, and boat insurance. They take the time needed to explain your coverage options and answer your questions so you can make an informed decision that's right for you. If you're looking for an agency that treats you like family, call 941-639-1122 or go to NolanAgency.com. That's 941-639-1122 or NolanAgency.com. Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. They are helping me with sleep apnea. And by helping me, I mean curing me. No more CPAP machine. No more snoring. No more tossing. No more waking up exhausted. Their expert team got me the right treatment, fast and hassle-free. If you want to feel energized and get rid of your snoring, call Sleep Treatment Direct today. 444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and
This
sound.
is Miller and Moulton.
What do you got going on at the house?
Oh, I don't know. I think that's a leaf blower, but
I mean, that's so incredibly audible. It's not even funny. I can see it on the Adobe. Wow. The Chinese guy made another birdie. He's at 7.
Yep.
Nothing that they want more than Haitong Lee being part of this championship. Just what NBC's clamoring for.
Yeah, but let me tell you, okay, around the world, I mean, I don't know if the BBC's in China, but it would do a monster number.
Right, and I don't know how much advertising dollars they're getting out of the Chinese right now.
I don't know either, but
so I don't think it benefits the broadcast a whole hell of a lot.
No, not this year. It's an untapped market, Mark.
Welcome back to Miller and Moulton. Text the guys what's in your mind at 21,000. That's 21000. And now, here's David Moulton.
22 minutes before the top of the hour, and we got ourselves a new co-leader. Haitong Lee.
Yep, that's what we need. But it was only a leader for a moment.
Uh-oh.
Because Brian Harman birdied the 18th to shoot a 65. He is 8 under for the championship. He's 1 ahead of Lee. He's 3 ahead of everyone else.
Damn.
Yeah, that's impressive.
The Waggler there really had it going on today.
All day long, 65 for Harman. What a round, as he's now your leader at the Open Championship with a second round 65.
Was that a bogey-free 65?
Yes, it was.
Wow.
33-32, not a bogey on the card.
Very impressive. By the way, this Haitong, I don't know if it's Haitong or Haitong Lee from China, ranked 111th in the world. He's 29 years old, plays exclusively on the DP World Tour. This is his first major in 3 years. 8 years ago, he finished 3rd in the Open Championship. It's his only top 20 in a major. 111th in the world, Mark. Will Zalatoris is 109. Ricky Fowler is 114. To give you where it is that the world golf rankings have him. He's got 4 top 4 finishes on the World Tour this year, including a win 5 months ago in Qatar.
And I'm not pressing on this, but the fact that that's his only top 20 in a major isn't much of a surprise because my guess is it's the only major he's played in.
Apparently,
I mean, he's not played in the PGA.
Well, he did. Okay, I'll have to look this up. I had it looked up. Give me a moment.
All right, no problem. I mean, I anytime we go Haitong Lee on this.
No, I know. Hey, okay. So in the majors, he played in a PGA 5 years ago.
Okay.
He played in 4 in a row, actually, from 2017 through 2020.
Oh, he did play in a Masters too, didn't he?
Played in 2 Masters in 18 and 19.
Made the cut in 18.
Made the cut in 19, T43. But put it this way, he has not played in the Open 3 years ago, missed the cut. The Open 4 years ago, missed the cut. Last time he made the cut in a major was the 2020 PGA Championship.
He did get his world ranking as high as 32 in 2018, and he's only 29. He was the PGA Tour China Order of Merit winner in 2014. That would have made him 18 years old. So obviously there's talent there. We just don't see it a whole hell of a lot.
So he was amazing between 18 and 22. And then the rest of his 20s kind of tailed off, and now he's on the upswing again at 29. He turns 30 in a little over 2 weeks.
It's that time again, nearing the end, but not quite there yet. Here's Mark Miller with Today Was the Day When.
Today Was the Day When is brought to you by Game Day Men's Health. Call today to book an appointment, 239-427-3441. Offices Bonita Springs and Naples, or online at GameDayMen'sHealth.com. Mention Miller and Moulton for 10% off of your service. We start today in 1864. Lincoln asked for 500,000 volunteers for military service. 1913, Christy Mathewson gives up a walk for the first time in 69 innings. Take that, Maddox. Babe Ruth became the home run king today in 1921 when he hit his 139th career home run. That same day in 21, the Black Sox trial began in Chicago. Ty Cobb had hit number 4,000 today in 27. I found this story fascinating, David. Today in 1938, Douglas Corrigan, nicknamed Wrong Way, arrived in Ireland after a 28-hour flight, supposedly leaving New York, flying for California. I call BS.
I'm with you.
I totally call BS.
There's a Rosie Ruiz part of this.
You're over land for one, you're over water for the other. You just went the wrong way? Come on.
I'm with you.
Not buying it at all. Jersey Joe Walcott KOs Ezzard Charles in 7 at 37, then becoming the oldest heavyweight champion of the world today in 1951 at Forbes Field in Pittsburgh. Today in 53, Elvis pays $3.98 to make his first demo at Sun Studios in Memphis, recording My Happiness, and That's When Your Heartaches Begin, and gives the record to his mom as a belated birthday present. Ford Frick. You know, Frick rhymes with something, and I'm guessing the commissioner was called that a lot because he rules Babe Ruth's record of 60 home runs in 154 must be broken in the first 154 of 162 games.
Oh, yeah. And he did it when Maris was really closing in on it.
Right. It's July.
He was close with Babe Ruth. They were friends. And so he wanted to make sure. And so he let everybody know, Mantle and Maris, hey, you got to break this record in 154. Maris, I believe, hit his 59th homer in his 154th game. And so, yeah, that's why there was the first asterisk in baseball was Roger Maris.
Joe Namath sold his interest in Bachelors 3 today in 1969 to stay in the NFL. And later that day, Ted Kennedy drove off a bridge. Things didn't work out that well. Chappaquiddick today in 1969. Willie Mays, 10th to get to 3,000 hits today in 1970. At the Montreal Games, Nadia Comaneci, at the age of 14, becomes the first gymnast in Olympic Games history to score a perfect 10. She would do so 7 times. 1980, Billy Joel's Glass Houses is the number 1 album in the land. Tom Watson wins his 4th Open today in 1982. In 1988, Seve wins his 3rd Open title. Norman shoots a final round 64 today to win the 93 Open, 2 ahead of Nick Faldo.
And he missed like a 3-footer on the 71st hole, too.
Today in 94, Seal releases Kiss from a Rose. It would end up being the song of the year and win a Grammy for record of the year. David Cohn becomes the 15th pitcher to throw a perfect game today in 1999 when the Yankees beat the Expos 6-0. Billy Joel performed his last of 2 concerts dubbed The Last Play at Shea, the final concert event before the demolition of Shea Stadium. Kawhi traded to the Raptors today in 2018 for DeMar DeRozan, another player and a draft pick. Today in 29, the city of West Palm Beach tried to get away homeless people from the waterfront, so they blared Baby Shark and Raining Tacos at the homeless. I would take Raining Tacos before Baby Shark.
Oh,
I've heard them both a gazillion times.
Yeah, but Baby Shark would get me to leave. You start playing that on a reel, I'm done. What year was that?
2019.
Whew.
And Colin Morikawa wins the British Open today in 2021, beating Spieth by 2. He was the first male in history to win his debut at 2 separate majors, the 2020 PGA and then the 2021 British.
Remember when he was really good at golf?
Not too long ago.
Is that snarky enough for you? Huh?
It was. Gangster Machine Gun Kelly, Nelson Mandela, John Glenn, Dick Button, Hunter S. Thompson, and Calvin Pete would have all celebrated birthdays today.
Hunter S. Thompson. Television is a long and winding money trench where pimps and thieves run free and good men die like dogs. And there's also a negative side.
Joe Torre is 85. Richard Branson and Shahid Khan are both 75. Mr. Khan, hello. Hope you're in Naples. Sir Nick Faldo is 68. Vin Diesel, 58. Penny Hardaway, 54. Torrey Hunter is 50. Jamie Benn is 36. Do you know he has 399 goals?
Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
And he's playing this year for Dallas. I mean, is he a Hall of Famer? I never thought of him as one.
I lean no. Ring of Honor guy, but not Hall of Fame guy.
Canelo Alvarez is 35. Noah Lyles, who chickened out in that race, is 28. And Bam Adebayo, also 28 years old today. What did I miss, David?
There's one thing, but I really don't want to mention it. So I'm not going to.
Fair enough. It must have been negative, and that's why I didn't have it on my list.
Yeah. Yeah. Hey, put it this way. It was very unnecessary. It's 100 years ago today. It was very unnecessary.
Time to see life a little bit differently. Here's Mark Miller with the good, the bad, and the ugly. What you got, Mark?
So, at an auction, a 54-pound rock that is the largest piece of Mars ever found on Earth was sold for just over $5 million at a geological objects auction in New York. An archaeological auction, actually. And it wasn't the star of the show because a rare young dinosaur skeleton fetched more than $30 million. For the bad, we go to Asheville, North Carolina, where officers arrested Ellen Hickman, a 42-year-old, for breaking into a church and stealing blankets and clothes, tools, equipment, food, and a wagon. The wagon was necessary because she had to put all the other stuff she stole into the wagon to get out the door. And finally, the ugly, we go to California, where a 911 call about a person trapped in the rushing water of a canal led emergency responders in California to quickly get to the corner of McKinley and Peach Avenues, thinking that there may have been a person dead. Turned out it was a discarded blow-up doll. We're hoping the owner of the blow-up doll now has a real woman. And that is the good, the bad, and the ugly on today, Friday, July the 18th, here on Miller and Moulton.
Baseball is back. It actually is back this afternoon. MLB Network will have Red Sox at Cubs at 2:20 Eastern. We'll say it again. Rays home for the Orioles. Marlins home for the Royals. Yankees are in Atlanta. By the way, if I was the Braves, I would work out a side deal with Chris Sale and say, hey, we want you back, but do you mind if we trade you to either the Red Sox particularly or somebody else for the stretch run? They want you. Houston, Seattle, Milwaukee, the Dodgers, Reds and Mets, Giants and Blue Jays, some of the series that involve winning teams facing one another. Very curious. Saturday night, 7:15-ish, Fox with Red Sox Cubs. Saturday night, 8:30, ABC, the WNBA All-Star Game without Caitlin Clark. This could be huge for negotiations between the players in the league. Huge.
Both ways. I mean, if it's
Exactly.
and people jump in and it gets a number, edge players.
Right.
If the game's a dud because of no CC, edge owners.
And also curious, head-to-head, Red Sox Cubs, 7:15 on Fox.
Pretty big national fan bases for both of those teams.
On
By
a
pretty
major
big,
network.
I mean really big.
Right. And then WNBA All-Star Game on ABC at 8:30 tomorrow night. Enjoy the Open Championship. By the way, DeChambeau birdied 17.
And Hatton finished with 69. He and Hogard are both in the clubhouse, 3 back of Harmon.
Top 70 in ties for the cut, which right now is at 2 over. Miller and Moulton. Have a great rest of your day and weekend, and we will be back at it on Monday. Thanks for listening.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
Summer approaching, time to take care of your own house. So stop into the Floor Meisters and see their huge in-stock selection of carpet. The Floor Meisters has 100 rolls to choose from, starting at $2.99 a square foot for carpet, pad, and installation. Come in and ask for Dave and have him show you the Dream Weaver Select. Many styles and colors to choose from to fit everyone's taste. Floor Meisters, 6281 Naples Boulevard in Naples, right next to Costco, or go to the web, floormeisters.com.
Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. They are helping me with sleep apnea. And by helping me, I mean curing me. No more CPAP machine. No more snoring. No more tossing. No more waking up exhausted. Their expert team got me the right treatment fast and hassle-free. If you want to feel energized and get rid of your snoring, call Sleep Treatment Direct today. 444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound.
Whether you're chasing peak performance, reigniting intimacy, or simply want to feel your best, Game Day Men's Health creates customized game plans to optimize your health. Call 239-427-3441 for our Bonita Springs and Naples location to set up your free testosterone test and consultation. Mention Miller Moulton Radio Show for 10% off your service. Find your maximum self with Game Day Men's Health, Bonita Springs and Naples, Florida. Call 239 427-3441 today.
Southwest Florida's scorching heat is on its way. Stay cool with Air Advantage. As a proud Rheem Pro partner, Air Advantage delivers top-notch air conditioning solutions to keep you cool and comfortable. Right now, enjoy 18 months, no interest, no payments on qualifying systems. Call 433-4635 today for expert installation and unbeatable comfort all summer long. Online at myairadvantage.com. Air Advantage. Call today, 433-4635.
Miller and Moulton are very grateful to you, the listeners, for making us one of the highest rated shows for men, because the working man is one of the toughest demos to reach, and we do. Great sponsors like Floor Meisters, American Paint Supplies, Glass Doctor, Sleep Treatment Direct, Game Day Men's Health, and Molly Maid recognize that, and we thank them. And if you own a business and working men are your clientele, the most cost-effective way to reach them is through us. Text Miller and Moulton at 21,000 or directly via X at that Mark Miller or the David.
This is Miller and Moulton.